These men disappeared 48 hours ago.
We are this close. You gotta stop now.
I should never have touched this case.
Data stream interrupted. Computers online. Remain calm and accept the consequences of your actions. Thank you for using SIMS.
let me go ahead and call roll and then see where we are. Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Botts, and Mr. Sharp, good morning, gentlemen. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Ms. Renard, good morning. All right, Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein, good morning. All right, Mr. Healy and Messrs. Junior, Matthews Jr. and Senior. All right, good morning. Mr. Nichols, Mr. Westmoreland, Ms. Westmoreland, Mr. Harvey, and Mr. Garner, good morning. All right. And Mr. Ryan and Mr. Williams, good morning. All right, Ms. Love and Ms. Hilton. Mr. Brown, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Atkins, good morning. Good morning. All right. Okay, before I bring out our jurors, anything I need to take up?
Yes, sir. I think it was a brief meeting about the post office.
Okay.
One of them.
All right, come on up. Christine, is that good? Okay, unless there's anything else, I'll call for our jurors, okay? All right, Sergeant Ingram, if you could summon our jurors, please.
All right, so jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
All jury present, counsel.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, good morning. Good morning. All right, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, we're going to go ahead and continue with the presentation of the state's case. So, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Curtin Raymond to the stand.
All right. Officer Raymond, is that his last name?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Officer Raymond, good morning, sir. Sir, if you could please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind and turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness before you sit down, please.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. Speak, Bill, and the last name for the court.
Sorry, I'm Officer Curtin Raymond, Kirtonraymond.
Good morning, Officer Raymond. How
How
are
you
you
doing? I'm doing well, sir.
Can you please tell the jury where you are before them?
City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you been employed with Atlanta Police Department?
for approximately 9 years now.
And what is your current position with APD?
I'm a police officer and I patrol currently now beat 305.
And B 305 is in what zone?
Zone 3, sir.
Can you describe for the jury where is B 305 in zone 3?
Some of the main streets in 305's beat is Pryor, Maury, the Copper Homes, Copper School area.
And when you first started, what beat or zone did you work for APD?
I was still in Zone 3. I worked beat 313, which was the south side of Jonesboro Road.
Understood. And so, have you been, while working in these beats and zones, are you a patrol officer?
Yes, I'm a patrol officer. On a regular day, I get a wide array of calls from stolen vehicles, fight calls. It's a wide array. On a usual day, you could get from criminal trespass to somebody needing an accident report, all that different stuff.
And are you post-certified now, Officer Raymond?
Yes, I am.
And were you post-certified in September of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Can you turn your attention to September 25th, 2019? Were you working that day?
Yes, I was working.
And back in September of 2019, what beat were you?
035, you pull that in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I was working beat 313.
And what shift were you working back then?
Evening shift, which is from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m.
And did you have, how did you get involved in this?
The call came up, Officer Cogdell. He tried to perform a traffic stop on a red.
Well, what's the basis, Mr. Bonds? I'm sorry?
You're saying it was reported to him, he has no basis.
I'll overrule your objection. All right.
You may answer, Officer.
Yes, so Officer Cogdell tried to perform a traffic stop on the vehicle. It fled from him. And then he put over the radio that the vehicle pretty much crashed out right at the intersection of Cleveland Avenue and the 75 ramp.
Now, when you first heard this go over dispatch, where were you located at?
I was on my beat in 313 speed. I was all the way down by Jonesboro Road, right around the 285 junction.
And how long did it take you roughly to get to that location?
Approximately about 8 to 10 minutes, sir.
And when you got there, what did you see?
When I got there, I saw a white Ford Fusion, airbags deployed. It was in the middle of the intersection. And there was also a red Nissan Sentra with a Florida tag. It was on the right side of Cleveland Avenue.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may, sir.
I'm handing the witness what's been marked as States 25 Quebec. Officer Raymond, what is that?
That's the accident that happened when Officer Cogdell was chasing the vehicle. That's the white Ford Fusion with the airbags deployed.
And how do you recognize it?
I did an accident report on that vehicle.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the scene this day?
Oh, yes, sir, it was. The only thing that's literally missing is just the red Nissan Sentra. And I think it should be on the right side. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit States Exhibit 25 Quebec into evidence.
Any objection, States 25 Quebec? Hearing none, 25 Quebec is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's going to publish States 25 Quebec. And Officer Raymond, is this the scene that you depicted or have you described when you got to this location?
Oh, yes, sir, it is.
And with the white Ford Fusion, where was the damage located on that vehicle?
The damage was on the left side, the driver's side. Yeah,
And can you describe what is this intersection that we're looking at in States 25 Quebec? What are the roadways?
So it's going to be right at the intersection of Cleveland Avenue and it's going to be the 75 ramp.
And when did you ever interact with any occupants of the white Ford Fusion?
Yeah, Mr. Montgomery, he was laying on the floor. I believe Grady Unit was rendering aid to him. He was laying on the right side, if I remember correctly. He was laying on the right side and they would try to make sure he was okay after the accident.
Understood. Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm handing the witness what's been marked as States 26 Quebec. Officer Raymond, what did I just hand you?
Oh, that's Mr. Montgomery. Right after the accident, like I said, he got out of the vehicle and he laid down and we were just trying to make sure he was okay. Well, the other officers in the greater unit on scene.
And how were you able to recognize it? As in, how are you able to know what's depicted in States 26 Quebec?
Because I recognized him because I did the report for him. I interacted with him that day.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of Mr. Montgomery that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit States Exhibit 26 Quebec into evidence.
Any objection? Other than what's been noted already? Okay, all right. 26 Quebec is admitted. And the
Thank
court
you, Your
will
Honor.
note the continuing objection.
Publishing States Exhibit 26 Quebec. Officer Raymond, who is this gentleman depicted on this exhibit?
It's Mr. Montgomery, sir.
And when you get to a scene, you process an accident report. Can you kind of describe to the jury what you do, what information you get?
So when you're doing an accident report, you want to get both drivers if possible, get the tags of both vehicles. You want to assess the damage and where the damage is exactly on both vehicles, kind of to investigate, see who's at fault, how the accident happened. Also, you want to run the vehicles, see who the owner belongs to, see who the vehicle belongs to, see if there's valid insurance and stuff like that.
And were you able to run any information related to the red Nissan?
Oh yes, I was able to run. It was a Florida tag, but I was able to run the tag on our system, and it came back to her rental.
And what state were the plates on that red Nissan?
It was a Florida tag.
And when you respond to a traffic accident, do you ever depict like how the accident looked for the record?
Yes, you do. It's mainly for the insurance companies. You pretty much want to paint a mental picture or a good picture for them about what happened in an accident. So usually on our programs, one of the tools that we use is a picture that we actually draw out in accidents to, again, just to show the insurance companies who's at fault and where exactly the damage was and what exactly happened.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Amen.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm handing the witness what's been marked as States Exhibit 27, Quebec. Officer Raymond, what is States Exhibit 27, Quebec?
That's the diagram from the accident report that I did.
And how do you recognize it?
It depicts what happened that day.
Is it a very accurate depiction of the traffic report that you created?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit States Exhibit 27, Quebec into the record.
Any objection, states 27 Quebec. Hearing none, it is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing States Exhibit 27, Quebec. So, Officer Raymond, when you review traffic reports, how do you name or classify the vehicles involved? Is it numbers or letters, or how do you do that?
In the accident report, there are different units based on the vehicle. So, for instance, if there's two vehicles, it's going to be Unit 1, Unit 2, and so on. So, Unit 1 is the vehicle that's going to be at fault. Unit 2 is the vehicle that's not at fault.
And in this exhibit, what vehicles is Unit 1?
Unit 1 is going to be the vehicle traveling on Cleveland Avenue, and Unit 2, well, let me elaborate. Unit 1 is going to be the Ford Fusion. No, I'm sorry, my mistake. Unit 1 is going to be the Ford Fusion. Unit 2, no. I'm sorry. Unit 1 is going to be the Nissan Sentra because it ran the light and it T-boned unit number 2.
And the roadway going vertical on this exhibit,
Yes, sir.
what road is that?
That's Cleveland Avenue.
And is the horizontal one, what road is that?
That's the 75 ramp.
And so in this State Exhibit 27, vehicle that's horizontal is which car again?
The vehicle that's horizontal going is going to be unit number 2.
And after obtaining this information, did you have any further involvement with this case?
No, all I did was just the accident report.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And Officer Raymond, what vehicle was, or what type of vehicle was the Nissan?
It was the vehicle at fault.
And what was the, do you remember the make and model of it?
Yeah, it was the vehicle at fault was a red Nissan Sentra.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to grab what's been previously admitted as States Exhibit 22, Quebec. Your Honor, I'm gonna hand the witness what's been previously admitted State's Exhibit 3Q and published State's Exhibit 3Q. Officer Raymond, do you recognize the vehicle in State's Exhibit 3Q?
Yes, I do.
That 23Q?
3Q, Your Honor.
You got 23Q up. There you go. Okay.
And was that the vehicle that was Unit 1 in your report?
Yes, sir, that was the vehicle.
Thank you, Officer Raymond. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Officer Raymond,
Yes, sir.
in police vernacular, this is called a reported accident, is it not?
Yes, sir.
So that means that you weren't a witness to anything
No, I wasn't, sir.
other than you arrived on the scene. Part of your duty, as you said, is to make out a report for insurance purposes.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you put in your actual report itself for insurance purposes. It was filled out.
Yes, sir.
So when you testified earlier that somebody ran a red light, somebody was at fault, you don't know who ran a red light, correct?
Well, I wasn't there personally, but
Right. And in these type accidents.
Finish.
Well, I'm afraid he may get into hearsay, Your Honor. I'm asking.
He was about to say something when you cut him off.
All right. Yes, sir.
Were you? I mean, if you want to complete your statement, you can.
thank you.
Fine.
I wasn't there personally, but again, we had multiple officers there who gave a statement
Your Honor,
about what happened.
You can testify to what you saw and what you, okay?
That's
I know.
what I was asking. All right. So a lot of times in these type reports, you have one person saying one thing and one person saying another, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you don't have a way of telling who actually ran a red light or who didn't.
But based on the damage, also you could put that into evaluation when you.
All right. And we saw a picture of your diagram, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it showed a T-bone.
Yes, sir.
But looking at that, you can't tell whether somebody pulled out in front of somebody or whether somebody ran into somebody that was already into the intersection, can you? In other words, you can't tell by looking at your diagram who was at fault.
You can't tell, no.
Right, you can't.
No.
Okay. And other than anything else here today, basically, it's still a reported accident.
Yes.
You don't know who's at fault, who did what, other than you arrived on the scene and filled out what you were supposed to do.
So when we're doing a police report, we analyze everything, we investigate everything, and one of the main things that me personally as an officer, I look at the damages, the position of the damages,
Yes.
and a lot of times it could tell you based on the damages and where the angle is, what happened.
And there are a lot of things you can look at and all that, but basically it's still something that you didn't witness.
Right.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right. State anything further?
Very briefly, Rob. Officer Raymond, before creating that diagram, did you or did you not gather any information to create it?
Yes, sir. I gathered information from, again, Officer Cogdell, who was the primary unit. Pretty much he initiated the traffic stop, and he literally was a couple of feet behind the vehicle when it happened.
I'm sorry?
Getting into hearsay again.
Why don't y'all come up, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Raymond, after you respond and investigate traffic accidents, is the diagram something you do at the end of your investigation or the beginning?
No, you do the diagram. Everything you do pertaining to an accident report, you do it at the end. Again, you investigate. I investigate. I see what the damages are. I speak to the drivers on scene, and then from there, based on what they say, I go ahead and do the report, including the diagram.
Thank you, Officer Raymond. Your Honor, no further question or no redirect by the state.
Anything further, Ms. Spots? All right. May Officer Raymond be permanently or temporarily excused as a witness?
Your Honor, permanently excused.
Okay, Officer Raymond, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness, so you're free to go about your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? All right, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the city is tendering some documents, some self-authenticating documents before July 1.
You have to speak up. You have to speak up. We couldn't hear you at all. You kind of trailed off. All right, so.
Your Honor, this time the state will be tendering certified copies of conviction, self-authenticating documents of Mr. Shannon Stillwell.
I mean, what's the state? Yeah, we can do it right now. All right, Ms. Hilton, you make it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender a few exhibits related to Act 98. First, Your Honor, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 30Q pursuant to OCGA 901. This is a certified copy of conviction of Mr. Shannon Bernard Jackson under indictment 19 SC 173371, where Mr. Jackson pled guilty to the lesser included fleeing and attempting to elude a police officer. He pled to hit and run, obstruction of law enforcement officer, expired or no license on person.
Sir,
Yeah.
I'll note your objection and notice your continuing objection, and I'll overrule it, okay?
And possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. He pled to this indictment on January 21st, 2020, where he received a...
Your Honor, objection. Sentence.
Okay.
You have to speak up, sir.
You're right.
The sentence is relevant and it's not necessary for part of the certified disposition.
You're right, and we can withdraw that portion of it.
I'll sustain the objection, sir.
And
that was states, I'm sorry, ma'am.
I said, didn't hear your question, Your Honor.
That was states what? I'm sorry.
30Q, Your Honor.
All right, states 32Q is admitted, and the court will note the objection, continued objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. And as it results to Act 98 and Act 55 within count 1, where Mr. Stillwell is charged with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, the basis of those of that act is also followed by what the state is going to tender as State's Exhibit 33Q. 31Q.
Granted, sir, and but I'm gonna overrule your objection to this. I'm gonna overrule your objection to admissibility now.
Which is indictment 10 SC 87662, where this is for Mr. Shannon Stillwell, also known as Shannon Jackson, where he pled guilty to participation in criminal street gang activity, guilty to burglary, and guilty to criminal damage to property in the second degree. And he pled in September 19th, 2013. Also as a basis is State's Exhibit 32Q, which is
Your Honor, and,
Granted, and, I'll overrule the objection.
Under indictment 11 SC 98860, where he pled guilty to burglary on June 2nd, 2011. Next, we have State's Exhibit 33Q, which is certified copy of conviction for Shannon Stillwell in case number 13 SC 121320, where he pled guilty to possession of marijuana.
Granted, sir, I will overrule the objection. That's just a disability.
With intent to distribute. And then you're also a basis, we're going to, what has already been admitted, which was State's Exhibit 60G, which is a certified copy of conviction on 15 SC 140132.
Your Honor, I believe this is already admitted.
States, yeah, 60G's already been admitted.
And I'm just noting again that that was the basis, Your Honor.
That's argument.
Was already been admitted.
Argument. Okay, so. Argument.
Okay. And that concludes the state's presentation of Act 98, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Okay. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Trontavious Stevens.
All right, summon Mr. Trontavious Stevens, please. All right, Mr. Stevens, good morning, sir. Sir, if you could please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face our name and be sworn as a witness before you sit down, sir.
You raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. State and spell the first and last name for the court.
Trontavious Stevens, TRONTAVIOUS, STEPHENS.
Good morning, Mr. Stevens.
Come on,
How are you?
I'm okay.
Mr. Stevens, would you please tell the jury how old you are?
I'm 30 years old.
And did you grow up here in Atlanta?
Yes,
Where did you go to high school?
I went to South Atlanta High School.
And when you were growing up, what part of Atlanta did you live in?
Off Cleveland Avenue.
How long did you stay out Cleveland Avenue?
That's my own address.
Okay. So you still live there?
Yes,
And did you grow up with siblings in your home?
yes, I had 2 older brothers.
So are you the youngest of all of your
Yes,
siblings? While you were in high school, would you tell the jury whether you participated in any extracurricular activities or anything of that nature?
no, I didn't.
You didn't play football?
No,
And as a kid or as a teenager, did you have any desire to be anything in particular when you grew up?
yes, I always wanted to be a chef.
You wanted to be a chef.
Yes,
Did you ever pursue that dream?
no,
Now, did you finish high school? You said you went to South Atlanta High School.
no, I didn't finish high school.
What grade did you finish?
10th,
Now, why did you leave high school when you did?
bad grades, and I was expelled. Too.
Do you remember why you were expelled?
Fighting and lack of attendance.
Did you go on to get your GED?
I actually had one more course to pass, and that's math.
And are you still working on that?
Yes,
Do you work now?
yes.
What type of work do you do?
Traffic control. and I'm in school, where I recently graduated. I got my CDL license.
So are you using your CDL license as well?
So, I passed my test Friday. This was supposed to be my week to go look for work, but yeah, I'm here.
But you're here. All right. We appreciate you being here. Now, when you first finished school, or when you first left school, high school that is, what did you do every day after you left high school?
Question, Your Honor.
I'll sustain it as to be, Rod. Why don't you just rephrase it, please?
Yes, Your Honor. When you left high school, did you start working anywhere?
No,
Did you stay at home and take care of family members?
I had 2 kids at the time, but no, I didn't stay at home.
Did you have any way to make money during that time?
No,
Did you make any money during that time after you graduated from high school?
I never graduated from high school.
I'm sorry, you're right. Forgive me and thank you for that correction. After you left high school, did you make money at some point before you started what you're currently working towards?
No, I basically was trying to find my adult self.
Now, you said you did not make any money. Is that legally you didn't make any money, or you didn't make any money in any way whatsoever?
I didn't make any money.
Were there any particular people that you found your core group of friends while you were in high school?
People that I grew up with from my neighborhood.
And when you left high school, are these the same people that you continue to associate with?
Yes, for the most part.
And as a general matter, when you first left high school, would you tell the jury, if you can recall, what types of things that you did outside of school and outside of your home? If anything at all with this group of friends?
We often hung at the neighborhood park.
What was the name of that park?
Cleveland Avenue Park.
Cleveland Avenue Park. Where exactly is Cleveland Avenue Park located?
On Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland Avenue? Give us any other reference that you can think of.
So it's connected to Cleveland Avenue Elementary School.
Is there any other name that you have used or that your friends have used to refer to Cleveland Avenue Park?
Yes,
Would you tell the jury what that is?
the park.
Have you ever called it Cleveland Avenue Park?
The park?
Have you ever called Cleveland Avenue Park, Cleveland Avenue Park?
No, I just said the park.
While you were a teenager and a young adult, did you ever get involved in any games?
Yes.
Tell the jury, if you would, the first game that you got involved with.
First game that I was involved with was Rock Crew.
Now, would you tell the jury what, and for the court reporter's sake, would you spell rock?
ROC, CREW.
Thank you. And what does rock stand for?
Raised on Cleveland.
Now, were you the only member of Rock Crew, or were there other members of Rock Crew besides yourself?
Yes,
Yes, there were other members.
yes.
Do you know about how many people were members of Rock Crew when you first joined?
No,
Were there more than 3?
yes.
Around what time in your life did you join Rock Crew? How old were you?
You want to grab one from the MP?
I'm not sure what that was, Judge, but it was not the witness.
I don't know what it was either.
Tell the jury, would you like for us to hold on?
Bitch, hold on one second. getting on Zoom. Lynch. We good? Okay, all right.
Hold on a second.
Huh?
Caps, hold on a second.
She's gonna take it. Okay, all right. Huh? Yeah, we can just, hey, Wes, just go ahead and disconnect them. Just disconnect them. All right, we're good. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
About how old were you when you first joined Rockford?
I don't call it at that age, probably 15, 14.
14 or 15?
Yeah.
And who was it, if anybody at all, that first introduced you to Rockford?
So, that person is deceased, and per the family wishes, I mean, they was like, can I not speak on the deceased?
I understand. I appreciate that. And how about this? Without giving their full legal name, are you able to tell the jury the nickname?
Yes,
Would you tell the jury the nickname of the person?
his name is Boo,
Spell that for the court.
Boo, B-O-O.
Now, how old was Boo when he introduced you to Rockford?
I really don't know his age now.
Fair enough. Was he older than you, or around your same age?
Yes, he's older.
So was he your friend or friends of any particular members of your family? Like, when you first were introduced to Rock Crew through him, did you know him personally? Or were you introduced to him through someone?
I'm trying to recall, it's been so long ago, I'm trying to remember how I actually met him. So yeah, it had to be like, me knowing someone he knew.
Okay. Did Rock Crew have any particular way that they identify themselves, or that you all identified yourselves? Like, did you make yourselves known to the community that you were Rock Crew?
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
I'll do some things that were not as Rock Crew.
Did you all do some things that was not legal as a Rock Crew? So it was alleged that Rock Crew committed crimes in the neighborhood. Myself personally, I had a criminal record at the time. So yes, because I was a Rock Crew and I had a criminal record, so yes.
Now, I'm asking a specific question now, okay? Did you and other members of Rock Crew ever commit any crimes together?
No.
Never?
No.
All right. And are you aware of other members of Rock Crew committing crimes?
I'm aware that allegedly they was committing crimes. Everyone had a record at the time. Well, like some of us had a record at the time.
Members of Rock Crew had
Yes.
records?
Yes.
And do they have those records, and get those records while they were operating as Rock Crew?
Yes, people caught cases as when it was Rock Crew.
What kind of cases did they catch as Rock Crew?
So, my childhood friend, he had a burglary.
What was the name of your childhood friend?
Jason Scott.
Basis.
Relevance, we're not talking about crimes, we're talking about charges.
Your Honor.
Y'all come on up, please.
I can't hear you when you're talking.
from the conference.
Oh, let them know that.
Well, yeah, I'll tell him.
Mm. Can I maybe write it down and answer?
What now?
The question I have for my team.
I don't know if she can answer.
Oh,
Let me find out.
don't worry about it.
I got you.
No. Little. Yes.
So the question is gonna be answered by the time that they can. So they gonna answer. I was just wondering about something about my time.
You can't do it right now.
Okay, that's fine.
So you do not need me.
No, it's fine.
Thank you for waiting, Mr. Stevens. Going back to the members of Rock Crew, would you tell the jury the names of some of your accomplices who were members of Rock Crew? Some of the people who were members of Rock Crew at the time that you were a member of Rock
Tell you some of the names that was. So, of course, my brothers.
What were your brothers' names?
but Demario
First and last name.
Demario Stevens, DeMontenay Stevens.
Okay. And were they members of Rock Crew before you were a member of Rock Crew?
So we actually all just at the same time.
Joined Rock Crew at the same time?
Yes.
All right. Would you tell the jury other members of Rock Crew?
So like I was saying, my childhood friend Jason, he was a member.
Jason, what was that last name?
Scott.
All right. What were the other, and let me back up just a bit if you don't mind. I know that you've given your friend's family assurances that you won't be speaking on him, but in order to establish certain facts for the jury, I'm gonna have to speak on
Objection, these are not questions, Your Honor.
and ask you questions.
Well, I don't know, objection. Wait a second, wait a second. Do you mind me just talking? Yes. Just wait a minute. Okay. Based upon our written conference, based upon that, I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Sustain it, Your Honor.
So,
Don't want me to ask you that.
no, I'm overruling the objection. Okay, so. Mr. Stevens, you're gonna have to answer the questions, okay? All right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stevens, Booth, was that person's name Quentin Porter?
Yes.
And was that person the person who founded Rock Crew?
I'm not sure. It was all older guys, so I don't know who found it.
Was he considered a leader of Rock Crew during the time that you were a member of Rock Crew?
So it really wasn't no formal like leader. It was older guys. So if you want to say that he was one of the older guys, yes, he was one of the older guys.
Was he able to tell you or younger guys what to do as Rock Crew?
No, no one gave me any orders.
What kinds of things did you and other members of Rock Crew do on a daily basis together?
Like I said, we often hung at Cleveland Avenue Park. That was like the hangout. We shot basketball, gambled on basketball, jump shots. We shot dice. We smoked weed, drunk liquor. We clubbed. Yeah, those
You
things.
all sell drugs?
Not at the time, I wasn't selling drugs.
When you say at the time, what time is it that you're referring to?
Because I was initially arrested in 2015 for possession of marijuana. That's when I was selling drugs.
Other members of Rock Crew, did other members of Rock Crew, to your knowledge, engage in selling drugs?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, it was a person you can purchase marijuana from at the park for like recreational use, but right.
Was that person a Rock Crew member?
Nah.
No?
I mean,
Your Honor, you need to explain. Go ahead, please.
yeah. So, we was young. We didn't know where to get no marijuana from. So, guys would come to the park knowing that we wanted to smoke weed. So, those guys weren't like Rock Crew or like hanging with us on a daily basis. They were just older guys trying to make some money off the young guys.
Mr. Stevens, before today, did I or any other member of the DA's office attempt to speak with you and just discuss with you what questions we'd ask of you or things of that nature?
So, yes, but no one explained to me the second part that you said. It was just meet somewhere, and I was trying to ask my lawyer to understand what was this meeting pertaining to.
And you're saying that no one, not even myself, prior to you coming in here today, ever told you We just want to talk with you about the questions we're gonna ask you?
Oh, yes, ma'am, you told me that yesterday.
Did you agree to talk with me yesterday?
No, ma'am, my lawyer wasn't present.
Do you know or recognize Mr. Brian Steele when you see him?
Yes,
You see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
Where is he?
to the left of me, in front of me,
All right. Is he seated next to, who is to his right?
Jeffrey Williams.
All right. And do you know Mr. Keith Adams when you see him?
I got familiar with his name yesterday, but yeah, I see him.
You did talk to them yesterday? though, right?
Yes,
How long did you talk to them?
roughly, no more than 10, 13 minutes.
Is your testimony that you spoke with them for 10 or 13 minutes?
Yes,
That's all?
yes.
Did you agree to speak with me for 10 to 13 minutes?
No, not without my lawyer present.
Why were you willing to speak with Jeffrey Williams' lawyers for 10 to 13 minutes, but not me?
I never declined speaking with you. I told you that my lawyer wasn't present.
Did I ask you, or were you speaking to your lawyer on the phone when I was asking to speak with you?
Yes,
And did I ask you to have your lawyer on the phone while we were speaking?
no,
I didn't ask you that.
no. You told,
Did I ask, go ahead.
you told me that you was going to go over the indictment with me. I mean, the plea agreement with me. You never said that, you can keep her on the phone while we talk.
And is it your testimony that you were never told or asked to three-way or conference call your lawyer while we spoke with you? Is that your testimony today?
That you told me that yesterday?
That you were never told by me or Investigator Randolph or anyone that you were able to and could three-way or conference call or even Zoom your lawyer while you were speaking with us?
So my lawyer was telling me that she was not going to be able to be with me because she was out of town with her family and that she could sit in with Zoom.
Your lawyer told you that she could sit in with you.
Yes,
And did you ever agree to sit in on a Zoom call and talk to us with your lawyer via Zoom?
so like I was explaining to my lawyer, the time that she was telling me, I actually broke down on the side of the highway. I was on the phone with her all night. I had me and my son in the car, and I was telling her that getting me and my son home safely was like the most important thing that I was trying to figure out at the time.
Mr. Stevens, during that time that you're referring to, were you not at a football game or a game with your son?
So I said the initial night, she told me that night. She first told me about it at nighttime when she called my phone.
Again, so why is it that you were willing to speak with Jeffrey Williams' lawyers and not me? It was not asked.
I'll overrule the objection. Can I make an objection? To make certain as to mischaracterizing the response from the witness. No stage. I want to speak with objection. I'll overrule the objection.
Why were you willing to speak with Jeffrey Williams' lawyers and not me?
I never declined speaking with you. I told you that my lawyer wasn't present when you asked me.
Your testimony today is that you never declined to speak with me.
Stating ostentation.
Are you telling the jury that you never declined to speak with me?
I'm a standing objection.
Do you have a tattoo behind your ear that says 75K over 18?
Yes.
What does that tattoo stand for?
It was basically manifesting that I reached a certain amount of money before I turned 18.
Did you ever tell anyone in the district attorney's office that it was in fact because you did have a certain amount of money when you turned 18?
I don't recall.
So do you recall whether you in fact had $75,000 at the time you were 18?
I never had 75,000 at the time of 18.
And you don't recall, is it your testimony, that you just don't remember whether you ever told anybody in the DA's office? That's what that 75,000 is.
One at a time, please, okay? Mr. Sharp, what's your objection? Overruled. Next person. Ms. Westmoreland.
Same objection.
Overruled.
Thank you. And so you have no memory of ever telling someone in the district attorney's office that 75K over 18 was a tattoo that you got because you had $75,000 when you were 18 years old.
Overruled, Mr. Harvey. Overruled, Mr. Harvey.
Because we just Vegas who and what time, I believe, the predicates to answer that type of question.
So noted, sir. You can rephrase, ma'am, one of us is having the last objection.
Yes, Your
Mr. Steele, you are gonna have to close this.
Did you, have you ever told an investigator Belknap that the 75K over 18 was because you got that tattoo because you had $75,000 by the time you were 18 years old?
So I don't recall. I mean, I started getting in trouble when I was 11 years old, so that was roughly 14, 15 years ago. I don't recall.
What things did you talk about with Mr. Adams and Mr. Steele yesterday?
What did he say? Mr. Adams asked me, where was Chrissy? Mr. Steele was explaining to me that it's a chance that I probably won't take the stand today, so having you sit out here from 8:30 to 5:30 is like, not good because I got a job, and I was trying to make it work.
And did you all speak at all about what questions you might be asked on the stand?
So he showed me some images.
The question I'm asking you is, did you all talk at all about the questions that you might be asked on the stand?
If I'm not like wording his exact words, he said, these images may be shown to you tomorrow.
Mr. Stevens, I appreciate that part. I'm asking you specifically, did you, Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, talk at all about the questions that you might be asked on the stand? First off, how about this? Could you answer either in the affirmative or the negative, like a yes or no, and then give your explanation? Could you do that for us, please?
Yes.
So did you, Mr. Adams and Mr. Steele, talk at all about the questions that you might be asked while you were on the stand?
Yes, Mr. Steele showed me some images, and he said that you may be asked about these images.
And is that the only thing you all discussed when it came to questions you might be asked on the stand?
Yes.
Now, did anyone at any time, tell you how you might want to answer anything of that nature?
No.
And when you were shown the pictures that may be shown to you while you were on the stand, what was the conversation around those pictures?
So Chrissy was sitting right next to me. She's my attorney.
Okay. Chrissy, Ms. Glad.
Miss Glad, I'm sorry.
In the courtroom today?
Yes.
Is she sitting somewhere back there waving at you right now?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
So Ms. Gladden told Mr. Steele that she has that file and she would pull it up for me, and that was the end.
Were there any more communications, any other conversations about the pictures you might be shown or any other questions that might be asked?
I'm going to see if you're gonna be called and try to get your excuse for it.
Anything else?
No.
Other than Mr. Porter and your two brothers, would you please tell the jury, and Mr. Scott, please tell the jury other members of Rock Crew who were members during the time that you were there?
So you want me to name everyone that I grew up with, basically?
I would like for you to name for the jury other people who were members of Rock Crew during the time that you were there.
I mean, are you gonna tell me to stop, or is there a certain amount of people you need me to name or anything?
Would you please just name some of them?
Just some of them?
Just name some people, all of the ones you remember who were members of Rock.
Everyone?
Mr. Stevens, would you please name the members of Rock Crew who were members while you were a member?
I probably wouldn't even be able to name everyone.
Name the ones you can name.
So, again, I probably won't be able to name everyone first and last name. So I got my next door neighbor, we grew up together. His name's Marvin.
I need you to just name the members of Rock Crew, not friends, not people you grew up with necessarily, just, if you would just give the names of the people who were members. If you could wait and just keep. I think I could do all that list.
Okay, well, the prosecutor asked a question.
So just let him finish and then you can go to the next question, okay?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm asking to make certain that that the answer is responsive. I'm asking for members of Rock Crew, and because he's referencing certain things.
Yes. Okay.
So I'm asking to make sure that we're clear.
I understand, ma'am.
Would you name for the jury members of Rock Crew who were members of Rock Crew while you were a member?
Yes, so I started referencing certain things because that was.
I'm sorry. I need you to be responsive, and I need you can explain afterwards.
Okay.
You just name the people.
That's the thing. I'm trying to use my memory of what people stayed at on my street to help you, basically.
I appreciate you. But let me start by asking you this. Do you remember the people who were members of Rock Crew while you were a member of Rock Crew?
I mean, that was 10, 11 years ago.
You're not answering my question.
I can try.
I'm asking you if you remember the names of the people.
Not by heart, man.
You don't remember any of them?
Yes, I'm trying to, I almost can't remember. Like I said, I stayed in the same house for 30 years. So I can almost remember where everyone stayed at, and I'm trying to put the house with the name. So that's why I started with my neighbor. And that's the direction I was headed in. All right. So,
Marvin, what's your name?
yeah.
Who else?
There was another Jason. So I'm just basically going up and down the street because all us raised on the street, that's off Cleveland, so that's what made us Rock Crew. So, of course, Quentin, his little brothers, he had two younger brothers. This gonna be hard.
Are those the only people you remember?
They're straight off top.
Did you ever talk with the members of Rock Crew about things that you all did that were not exactly legal?
I don't recall. Can you I don't understand the question. Can you say it again?
Did you ever talk with members of the rock crew about the things that you did, you and other members of rock crew, that were not exactly legal?
Yes.
What types of things did you all talk about?
So, shooting dice wasn't technically illegal. We had conversations about the dice game after they was over with.
Was shooting dice the only thing that was not legal that you all discussed that you all did?
Again, that I can recall.
That's the only thing you remember? You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Do you recall whether members of rock crew stole ATM machines?
I'm familiar with the allegations, yes.
How are you familiar with the allegations?
It's like worldwide televised. So, not worldwide, but it was like televised and stuff. I was in a juvenile detention facility when those allegations were like being thought about, being talked about. So, yes, I was familiar with it.
Did you ever hear members of rock crew talking about it? Your Honor, no, it's not.
All right, let me rule an objection. Objection to overruled, okay? So, yes, you may answer the question. Overruled, sir.
So I was in juvenile and other people who was coming in fresh from off the street was like mentioning, hey, they're saying that guys from the neighborhood are responsible for these.
That's your sir.
I asked you a very, very specific question, so if you would please answer this question I'm asking.
Yes.
Did you ever hear members of rock crew talking about the ATM desk?
Oh, no.
Never.
Me? No.
Hold on, Mr. Steele. What's the answer?
Tell the judge your answer.
No.
And did you ever discuss the ATM desk with any members of rock crew?
I don't recall.
Did you ever discuss any members of rock crew's drug sales?
What's the base for your objection? What's the base for your objection, sir?
Foundation of time.
I'll sustain this the foundation, okay? You can rephrase, madam, okay?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
What year was it that you recall first being an active or being a member of rock crew? You said you were around a certain age. What year was that?
I'll rule that objection.
That means you can answer.
Oh. I had to be about 6th grade. So whatever, what you about 11 or 12 in the 6th grade?
Would you tell the jury what year you remember first becoming or being a member of rock?
I'm trying to count. I'm kind of bad with math. That's why I ain't passed the math part of my GED yet.
Let me ask you a different question while you count. Handle them both at the same time. That's okay with you?
No, one thing at a time. So,
Do you want to be here today?
do I want to be here today?
Do you want to be here today?
No.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, Mr. Matthews.
So I'm sorry, there was another. What was your answer?
No.
Why not?
Because I have a new career path that I'm trying to pursue. I've been filing applications, kind of trying to put all this behind me and move forward. And I paid for my CDL training school out my pocket, so I'm kind of trying to make that money back.
So do you don't mind testifying then, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't mind testifying truthfully?
No.
So, if you would, give us a rough estimate of the year you first joined or were a member of Rock Crew. Were you a member in 2010?
If I was in sixth grade, I'm trying to put what year I was in sixth grade.
How old were you in 2010?
I was trying to do my math.
Don't do the math, let me ask you. What year were you born?
1993.
1993. So in 2013, was that age about 20? You agree?
2013.
93, 2003 is
13.
10, 2013 is 20.
20.
Now, we back up 3 years from 13, that puts us at 2010, which makes you about 17.
You're going too fast.
I'm so sorry. Slow it down.
Overruled.
So in 2010, if you're about 17 years old, who's a member of Rock Crew with you during that time?
You just gave me a lot of numbers.
No, just around the age of 17. Who is a member of Rock Crew with you during that time?
My older brothers. The same people I gave you, the same name I gave you.
Okay. And those are still the only ones you remember even at 17?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, as a member of Rock Crew, did you also claim affiliation with the National Blood Gang?
Yes.
How was it that you, and Quentin Porter, what role did he have, if any at all, in your affiliation with the Bloods?
No.
None?
No.
None whatsoever?
No.
Okay. So how then did you become, or were you all affiliated with the Bloods?
How then did I become, or you all, or me?
We can start with you and then go to other members of Rock Crew.
So when I was in a juvenile facility, gang-related activity was going on all through there.
How do you define gang-related activity? What do you mean by that?
Saying you in the gang, hand signs, handshakes.
And is that a way or a means for people to identify themselves as being in a particular gang?
Yes.
What were some of the hand signs that you observed in the juvenile detention center?
Just at the time, because everything was new and we was like so young. I mean, I can explain. I can show you.
Sure.
You gotta give me a hand.
No, you have to. You have to show the jury with your hand. I didn't say handshake, I said hand sign. You have to show the jury with your own hand.
You know, I'm in no way like toying with this judicial system. I'm not. I mean, like no, I'm not trying to like play. You know, just for the record. But yeah.
So show the jury.
I need another hand.
Are you telling the jury right now that you're unable to show hand signs without someone else's hand?
So my initial response was a handshake. I said, there's this handshake because we were so young, that's the only thing that we was doing. Yeah.
You also mentioned hand signs. Do you remember saying that?
But you asked me.
Wait, just let me ask you that. You remember saying hand signs?
Yes.
Okay. So did you see hand signs in the juvenile detention center?
It was new. I mean, like, gang and stuff was new back then.
So finish telling the jury what your definition of gang activity means.
Hand movements,
I'm sorry?
hand movements, handshakes, colors, being around people who's doing the same handshakes, wearing the same colors and hand movements.
What gang activities did you observe as it relates to particular gangs while you were in the juvenile detention center? I understand my question because I can rephrase.
Rephrase.
What gangs did you see activity of while you were in the juvenile detention center?
The one that I was familiar with, the blood.
What particular blood gang did you see activity of in the juvenile detention center?
Objection, foundation.
I'll sustain the objection. You can lay a little more foundation, madam.
How did you know that they were bloods?
They were saying it.
Did they say what kind of bloods they were?
Again, gang stuff was like new. I was in juvenile, like it wasn't what it is like then, you know.
Since you were in juvenile, you were under, is it fair to say you were under the age of 17?
Nah, because I was sentenced in juvenile that you can see the age of 17.
So you were either 17 or younger?
Nah, I actually could have been older. I could have been 21. Like,
How old were you?
when I first got arrested, I was 11.
Juvenile.
I was 11 when I was first introduced to the juvenile system.
So is this the time frame you're talking about when you're saying it was all new to you?
Yes.
Okay, when you were 11. Thank you. All right. Now let's talk about when you were 17. At 17, did you claim any particular gang besides rock?
I was rock crew. Just rock crew.
Did you claim any affiliation with any blood gangs?
Yes, I claim, yes.
What blood gang did you claim affiliation?
We were just saying Bloods and Crips.
I'm asking which one? Are you aware of particular blood gangs?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what blood gangs you are aware of?
Tell the jury which blood gangs I'm aware of. I'm familiar with, I'm aware of SMM.
What is SMM?
It's a blood gang.
I know. Okay. What does it stand for?
Sex, money, murder.
Right. And who is its leader?
I'm not sure.
How are you aware of it?
How I'm aware of the name?
Of sex, money, murder.
From hearing about it type stuff. From like hearing about it and stuff.
From hearing about it?
Yeah.
From whom?
Who I heard about it from?
Yes.
So it's not no like particular person that I heard it from. It's like I heard about it though. It's a blood game.
Is there anything else that you know about sex, money, murder?
Not like officially, no.
Did you ever do anything to become a member of sex, money, murder?
No.
Did you ever publicly claim sex, money, murder?
I don't recall.
While you were hearing about things like sex, money, murder, did you ever learn or believe that harm would come to people who did things like falsely claim sex, money, murder?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'm gonna overrule that, sir.
What?
That means hearing.
Oh, one more time, I'm sorry.
While you were hearing things about sex, money, murder, did you ever hear or come to believe that harm would come to people who falsely claimed sex, money, murder?
Objection, compound question.
Sustained.
Do you have any knowledge whether harm could come to a person who falsely claimed sex, money, murder?
No, not personally.
Did you ever hear that harm could come to a person who falsely claimed?
That's it. I'm gonna sustain that objection.
Your Honor, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, it's for its impact on him.
Okay, all right. I'll reverse my decision. You can answer that.
Did you ever?
An instruction and that this is not being offered.
Your Honor,
Mr. Harvey, please sit down, sir. I'm gonna overrule your objection, okay? All right.
Did you ever hear that harm could come to a person who falsely claimed sex, money, murder? Who said that?
Who said that's an answer? Mr. Harvey? Okay, all right, that has been asked and answered, Ms. Love.
Your Honor, he did not answer that particular one, he answered,
Hang on. Hold on. He has answered that question, ma'am. Yeah.
did you believe it when you heard it? Did you believe,
Mr. Steele, I'm gonna overrule that objection.
did you believe it when you heard it?
That somebody harm me?
That harm could come to a person who falsely claimed sex, money, murder?
Yes.
Are you aware of any of the hand signs used to proclaim sex, money, murder?
Yes.
Are you able to perform or to demonstrate any of these hand signs without the use of somebody else's hand?
Yes.
Would you please show the jury one hand sign signifying sex, money, murder? What does that mean?
Blood.
And what are you describing? For the court reporter's sake, describe how you just hurled your fingers.
Dang. I made a circle out my pointing finger and my thumb. And I made another circle about my middle finger.
And are you familiar with any other signs that signify sex, money, murder?
Yes.
Would you describe it before you show us? What other signs are you familiar with?
What I described before I showed it. A smaller circle.
What else?
And not curling my index finger this time.
Are those the only ones that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Would you show the jury the things that you just described? What is that?
A small, a lowercase b,
And what does that stand for?
blood.
Okay. Now, what was the other one that you described, or was that the only one?
I described a capitalized B.
Okay. Are those the only two hand signs you're familiar with that are related to sex, money, murder?
Yeah, that I can call her.
Ms. Lowe, before you continue, posit your next question, we've been going a little bit, and it might be appropriate, given the hour at this point, to break for lunch.
Yes, Your Honor.
And let the jury also have a period of respite. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, how about some lunch at this point in time? All right, let's do this. It's 12, almost 12:20 at this point in time. Let's recess until 1:30. And just before we leave, as has been indicated by my ad nauseum admonitions, please do not talk about anything that you have heard in the courtroom, consistent with the court's admonitions I've given you. If you should go out, leave your notepads in your basket, and unless you have any other inquiry of me, we'll excuse you for lunch and see you back at 1:30. Okay. All right. As soon as I count for all of you, we'll go ahead and call you back out. All right. Anything for me? All right. Okay. All right. We're going to be in recess. All right. All rise. What if I think if we come. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Mr. Stevens, I'm going to release you for lunch. You need to come back at 1:30, sir. Please don't discuss your testimony. Anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? All right. Counsels, I have a request from Ms. Weaver. When you object, let one person object at one time. Let me rule, because if you object in the middle of somebody else's objection, it's very hard for her to take down everyone's thoughts, okay? So, and before the state's done with their objection. See what you're doing? See, that's exactly what I was talking about, Mr.
Court judge.
On the issue of what?
On the issue of when or one person to object. If we're all hearing questions being thrown, we all have a requirement and responsibility to our clients to stand up and immediately object. Now, I agree that we should wait for the court's instruction to be pointed out or singled out in terms of who should now speak. But Your Honor, I don't think I need to wait on Mr. Steele to see if he's going to make an objection, Mr. Sharp. If I think that something is
Didn't say anything about that. It's just one at a time, okay? I'm not saying you don't have the right to object.
okay.
All right, so it's just that, just as a matter of politeness and a way for Ms. Weaver to take down everybody's objections, because once you got to identify the speaker,
Yes.
and then she's got to go ahead and then attribute that objection to that particular individual. But when multiple people start talking, so if you all have an objection, that's fine. Just wait till one's done, and I'll acknowledge you, and we can go take it from there. Okay? All right. Okay. Unless we have anything else, I'll see you all back at 1:30 for a continuation of this afternoon's festivities. All right? Okay. All right. We're in recess.
machine?
I'm familiar with the allegations, yes.
How are you familiar with the allegations?
It was like worldwide televised. So not worldwide, but it was like televised and stuff. I was in juvenile detention facility when those allegations were like being brought about, being talked about. So yes, I was familiar with it.
Did you ever hear members of RICO talking about it? Your Honor, no, it's not.
All right, let me rule on objection. Objection is overruled, okay? So, yes, you may answer the question. Overruled, sir.
So I was in juvenile and other people who was coming in fresh from off the street was like mentioning, hey, they're saying that guys from your neighborhood are responsible for these.
That's hearsay.
I'm not asking that. I asked you a very, very specific question, so if you would please answer this question I'm asking.
I'm just,
Did you ever hear members of ROC Crew talking about the ATM thefts?
oh no.
Never.
Me? No.
Hold on, Mr. Steele. What's the answer?
Tell the judge your answer.
No.
And did you ever discuss the ATM thefts with any members of ROC Crew?
I don't recall.
Did you ever discuss any members of ROC Crew's drug sales?
What's the base for your objection? What's the base for your objection, sir?
Foundation for time.
I'll sustain this the foundation, okay? You can rephrase, madam, okay?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
What year was it that you recall first being an active or being a member of ROC Crew? You said you were around a certain age. What year was that?
I'll rule that objection.
That means you can answer.
Oh. I had to be in about sixth grade. So whatever, what you about 11 or 12 in the sixth grade?
Would you tell the jury what year you remember first becoming or being a member of ROC?
I'm trying to count. I'm kind of bad with math. That's why I ain't passed the math part of my GED yet.
Let me ask you a different question while you count. And them both at the same time. That's okay with you?
No, one thing at a time. One thing at a time. I'm sorry.
Do you want to be here today?
Do I want to be here today?
Do you want to be here?
No.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, Mr. Matthews.
So I'm sorry, there was another. What was your answer?
No.
Why not?
Because I have a new career path that I'm trying to pursue. I've been filing applications, kind of trying to put all this behind me and move forward. And I paid for my CDL training school out my pocket, so I'm kind of trying to make that money back.
So do you don't mind testifying? Is that fair to say?
No.
Okay. And you don't mind testifying truthfully?
No.
So, if you would, give us a rough estimate of the year you first joined or were a member of ROC Crew. Were you a member in 2010?
If I was in sixth grade, I'm trying to put what year I was in sixth grade.
How old were you in 2010?
I was trying to do my math.
Don't do the math, let me ask you. What year were you born?
1993.
1993. So in 2013, was that made you about 20? You agree?
2013.
93, 2003 is 10. 2013 is 20.
20.
Now, we back up 3 years from 13, that puts us at 2010, which makes you about 17.
You're going too fast.
I'm so sorry. Slow it down.
Overruled.
So in 2010, you're about 17 years old. Who's the member of Rock Crew with you during that time?
You just gave me a lot of numbers.
No, just around the age of 17. Who was a member of Rock Crew with you during that time?
My older brothers, the same people I gave you, the same names I gave you.
And those are still the only ones you remember, even at 17?
Yeah. Yes.
How was it that you, and Quentin Porter, what role did he have, if any at all, in your affiliation with the Bloods?
None.
None?
No.
None whatsoever?
No.
Okay. So how then did you become, or were you all affiliated with the Bloods?
How then did I become, or you all, or me?
You can start with you and then go to other members of Rock Crew.
So when I was in a juvenile facility, gang-related activity was going on all through there.
How do you define gang-related activity? What do you mean by that?
Saying you in the gang. Handshakes.
And is that a way or a means for people to identify themselves as being in a particular gang?
Yes.
What were some of the hand signs that you observed in the juvenile detention center?
Just at the time, because everything was new and we was like so young. I mean, I can't explain it. I can show you. You're gonna have to give me your hand.
Well, this is a good time. We're going to take an actual break right now. But you know why? Because on the other side, we're going to have your questions, and we have a lot of them. I have my screen open from YouTube, from Facebook, from Twitter. Actually, you can text them to us at Law and Crime Network, at Kathy Russard, our executive producer, or at me, at Kenny Biden on Twitter, and we will answer your questions. Stay with us. We are at Law and Crime, and we are in a very interesting trial. Welcome back to Law and Crime. We are still following the racketeering trial out of Atlanta for Jeffrey Williams, who's also known as the rapper Young Thug, and also his 5 co-defendants who are on trial with him. The courtroom is now on their lunch break, and we'll be back at approximately 1:30, which means our live Q&A, our questions and answers, starts now. And my legal experts are Brian Buckmeyer and Joe Richardson. So don't forget to continue to ask and post your questions on YouTube, on our YouTube chat, on social media, all of our social media, and even you can text them to our producers and at Law and Crime Network on X Twitter, so our experts can answer them. So let's begin with the questions right here from Purple Dinosaur, Brian Buckmeyer, and he's been following the case because I watched you on the air yesterday with Bob Bianchi, and he says, talking about Trontavious, or Tick, or Slug as he's known, how will the witness's forgetfulness impact how the jury perceives him?
So, Purple Dinosaur, I'll answer your question directly, but then I think the question also can be a little different. I think if a jury is looking at a witness and they believe them to be forgetful, either one of two things. Either the witness is being evasive and untruthful, and so they'll side with whatever side works along with that untruthfulness, or they'll just kind of just all the information they're giving, because why rely on someone who is forgetful? However, I will put an asterisk next to that, because who says he's forgetful? I tell young attorneys, you're always playing a game of who is the, and I can't curse, so let's say the donkey's backside, right? And if you ask questions in a certain way, very aggressively, or not allowing a witness to answer the question, like do the math when you were in the 6th grade, and the person is telling you, I failed the math part of the GED. It's going to take me a second to figure this out. Yeah, like, is the person being forgetful, or are you just not allowing a person who clearly has a lower, potentially IQ, I don't mean it disrespectfully, and a lower educational level, they just need a second to get where you are. So I'm not sure if he's being forgetful, or if the prosecutor just is a little too pushy and not giving him enough string or properly leading him down the path.
Yeah, and so that brings us to our second question. Joe Richardson, I'm going to pose this to you, because how does one fulfill the plea deal? This is from Step On It. How does one fulfill whatever plea deal they've made while still evading direct questions and not violate said plea deal? That assumes that he's evading questions. And the last question, let's start with this, was like, I can show you, but you're going to have to give me your hand, Madam Prosecutor. Take it from there, Joe Richardson.
Exactly. So he cannot plead the 5th in response to any questions that are related to the things that he actually pled to in writing. So what she needs to do is go to the stuff that he pled to in writing. Start from there. So the way that he, walks the fine line is whether he's playing a game or he's truly simple. The way that these questions are being asked, they are evoking certain answers from him at his level. And she's got to get to him where he is, because it's not clear that he's being evasive in a way that would violate his plea deal. I don't know that that's there. And if you thought that it was there as the prosecutor, you would pull out the plea deal and say, you pled to this, this, and this. And why don't you start asking about the crimes that are related to the plea deal? He'd have to answer those a certain way. But he said it. I don't know if he saw Jerry Maguire before, but he said, help me help you. That's what he said to her. He said, I can show you this, but give me your hand. Well, she wasn't interested in that, but she asked the question. So she's got to get where he is.
And then that's a follow-up, because CBS, Brian Buckmeyer, how does this testimony affect his plea? Well, first of all, you got to pull out the plea deal and go through the questions you asked in front of the judge under oath in that plea deal with your attorney present that negotiated it. So how does it affect it?
The devil's in the details. So it really, and I know we don't have access to all the details of the plea deal. We only know that he cannot plead the 5th to any crimes that he's already pled guilty to, that he pled guilty to a RICO charge. So I know he must have agreed that there was some sort of criminal enterprise and that there were some acts that he participated in further of that, and that he's not the only member of that enterprise. But no question we've seen so far attacks those 3 issues. What is the enterprise? Who's in the enterprise? And what overt acts did you do? We're kind of just going around the surface area of, can you tell us who was in the gang in your neighborhood? And he's like, well, my neighbor. And she's like, well, don't tell me about your neighbor. And he's like, but that's how I remember. So I don't know if he's violating the plea agreement. It looks like he's trying his best, or he's very simple, or maybe he's evading. I don't know.
Well, he has to lie to violate the plea agreement. That's the first tenor, right? So that gives us to what Silent Al Scribe asked. What are the specifics, Joe Richardson, of Tick's plea deal in this case? Now, we know he pleaded guilty to RICO, but we don't have the actual deal, do we?
Yeah, no, we don't have the actual deal. We know that he was looking at 5 to 20 years. He had done about 2 years in custody. So they gave him 10 years, 2 years, which is already time served, and then the rest on probation. That's what we know that he got. So he's on the street and he talks about, hey, I'm trying to go forward. He's got a truck driver thing. He's like, he wants to get his money back because he's putting the money in related to that. So that's what we know that he's gotten. What he actually led to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We don't have all of that information, but he is a free man. But again, it's not clear, to Brian's point, that he has violated anything in terms of how he's testifying so far.
Right. As a matter of fact, Brian, let me just add a question before I get to one from our viewer, is that the prosecutor said you refused to meet with me, but he didn't want to meet with her because his lawyer wasn't present yesterday, right? So that doesn't violate, this goes to like a B under Silent Al Scribe. That doesn't violate the plea deal.
No, first of all, I don't think I don't know that there's any requirements that he has to speak with the prosecutors whenever they ask to do so. But while he can't plead the fifth to specific questions, it doesn't mean that he's stripped of his right to counsel. We all have a right to counsel. I'll go and speak with you, but my attorney has to be here. You clearly picked a time where my attorney was not here. So I said no. What are you asking at this point? Like, do you not understand how the criminal justice system works? Is this your first time prosecuting a case? It's very confusing.
Yeah. So Joe Richardson, get back with me. Asked, how is it legal to just string together a whole bunch of past crimes and convictions to make a RICO case? Now, with that, Joe, let's remind our viewers that RICO was started to get the mafioso, kind of like my heritage. And I grew up hearing about them. I'm Italian from New Jersey, I'm proud of it. But but I'm not throwing a football at the Giants. But that's a whole different story. But how is it legal that you get all these crimes together that were over years and now say, hey, by the way, you can go to prison for life?
It was put together to get folks in the mafia. They were sick of getting folks on tax evasion, if that. And so what it allowed was you could allege a criminal enterprise, put a bunch of things together, some of which were timed out on the statute of limitations, some of which you wouldn't testify to separately, and put them all together. Alleged enterprise, you do need an underlying crime. It doesn't necessarily have to be as serious as the enterprise is. So it actually is pragmatically put together in order to do that. And there's a federal RICO law, and then many states have their own RICO laws as well, but the theme is similar. Get a whole lot of people together, charge them all on a conspiracy. And by the way, that's a real good way to get people to plead out. And that's what has happened in this case. They had dozens of people that they were charging, and most of them have pled out. There's only 6 or 7 left.
Right. And there's also civil RICO cases that many people use in the civil courts to try to achieve the same results. Anyhow, we have so many questions here. I'm looking at them, but we're going to take a quick break and we come back. We'll start answering them. Chad's House from YouTube, Broad Springs from YouTube. It's going to keep them going, keep them coming. We're here for you.
My name is Alfonso, and I got Botox Cosmetic for the first time. The lines that I was concerned the most about were on my forehead. I'm really happy with my results.
Talk to your doctor about Botox Cosmetic and whether it's right for you. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
morning back and welcome back to Law and Crime. We are answering your questions as the Atlanta courtroom is on their lunch break in the Young Thug trial, and we'll be back at approximately 1:30. Now, with me, and I'm Linda Kenny Bodden, are my legal experts, Brian Buckmeyer and Joe Richardson. So don't forget to post your questions to YouTube chat so that our crime legal experts can answer your questions, because after all, this is what it's all about. And I'm going to go to one of them right now. Chad's House. I told you, I promised you Chad's House from YouTube. Is it common for prosecutors to use deals to obtain testimony from folks who are inside the system or facing criminal charges outside of this case to testify? Brian Buckmeyer.
I mean, in a RICO case, yes. In a gang case, yes. If you're talking about all types of cases, I would say it's not uncommon. So for the nature of this case, yes, because you have to know the ins and outs of a criminal enterprise that you might not be able to pierce, but for having those people who are members of it.
Yeah. So then let me go to the next one. It's Rod Springs from YouTube, and I'll take this one. How is this judge getting away with being so biased? This is a YSL case, and every question being asked is about other people and other crews. Well, you know, this judge has let everybody in that courtroom know he's wearing an Atlanta diamond earring. He's saying, I know about all these gangs here. Nothing's going to get over on me from either the prosecution or the defense. So, you know, is that bias, or is he just being tough on both sides here? We'll see. I mean, I'm a criminal defense attorney. Sometimes I think all judges are biased against us, but that's just me. All right. So let's go now to Dozens of Destiny from YouTube. And Joe, we kind of answered this, but Dozens of Destiny says, was Trontavia Stevens, AKA Tick's, charged before taking the deal? Was it a part of a RICO charge? Joe?
Yeah, he was charged, and he made a decision to plead out. And so, you know, that's what he did. And the fact that he was incarcerated for a while allowed them to say, okay, here's some time served. So basically, as soon as he signed on the dotted line, as it were, he could walk as long as he stayed within his probation. And, you know, that's pretty compelling. You know, the difference between, you know, facing dozens of years, he was looking at 20 years versus being able to walk what became today. He had been in for 2 years. You know, that's pretty compelling. A lot of folks wouldn't be able to turn that down.
That's right. Absolutely. Some say sometimes the criminal justice system, some say, is really legal blackmail. But sometimes you have to, you know, get somebody else who's a lower to get somebody higher. That's the nature of the system, like it or not. So let me go to Cavell O from YouTube. Cavell O has actually two questions. Let me put them together, Brian. Is there some type of legal obligation of the judge not to engage with witnesses or to lead them with questioning? And then if there's a follow-up from Cavell O from YouTube. Did Ms. Love, that's the prosecutor, heard her case today when she seemed to be insinuating that the witness's intention was simply to assist the defense?
So I'll go with the first one. And I'm like, kind of, because no one should be leading a witness one way or the other. It's up to the attorney, whether it be prosecutor or defense attorney, to lead the witness through direct examination. However, it is the judge's courtroom, and it is their discretion in terms of how they operate. And for things like foundational issues, like your neighbor was on what street, or asking follow-up questions, you often see judges do that. So that's permissible. In terms of the second question, did she hurt her case? She's definitely not helping it. I mean, I get it. This is a confrontational witness in the sense of you really got to go after them to get the information you want, and clearly she doesn't have the opportunity to prep the witness because their attorney was not there at the time and they refused to, which to me is their right to do so. And no one should talk to a prosecutor without their attorney present. It just seems like she's having a difficult time, and again, it begs the question: is this witness being evasive, or is she not asking the right questions, and is she being too combative? I don't know yet because I don't think the questions are properly formulated.
Okay, so Joe Richardson, I'm jumping around here, but Christian from YouTube has a really interesting question, something we maybe forgot about. How many witnesses will testify in this case? And let me put an addendum onto that. If today is any indication, how long is this case going to take with all these witnesses?
Well, the short estimate is 6 months, but as it's going, it could go longer than that. And there are literally hundreds of witnesses listed. Whether or not they'll actually be called, they will all be called. There will be a lot of witnesses for sure. Most people think that this is going to be the most complicated, maybe the longest trial in Georgia history. So I would say there's probably be at least 100 witnesses. But I believe there's several hundred that are listed. They don't necessarily call everyone that's listed, but you have to list someone in order to call them. So to the point, yeah, it's going to feel like forever. And it's going to be very, very important for the jury to be able to stay objective. And that's one of the reasons why the prosecutor and the defense attorneys, all the attorneys for that matter, have to really be careful about how they're coming off. You don't want to be the bad guy here in a very, very, very long trial. You want the jury to stay thoughtful, et cetera. And you want to make sure that a case that maybe you're behind on when you go into deliberation, you don't necessarily lose because the jury was not thoughtful. So you got to make sure you don't get on the wrong side of it.
And let me go back to you, Brian, because this is like a follow-up to something you just answered. This is Tall Glass from YouTube asks, whose responsibility is it to prepare a state's witnesses, the state or their own attorney?
Tall Glass, it is the state's responsibility. It is not so for example, if I have a client that the prosecutor or government wants to question, I will make myself and my client as available as possible, but it is your job to make sure that that happens. Because at the end of the day, the jury's not going to say, well, I was going to vote for your side, but you know what, Brian Buckmeyer didn't bring his client in time for you to question them, so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. No, it's the state's or the prosecutor's job to do that.
And let me go to almost kind of like a follow-up question here. Kira Sharp from YouTube, Joe Richardson said, how does Miss Love know that Mr. Stevens, Slug, Tick, spoke with the defense or that he was at a game with his kid?
Well, you know, the prosecutor has ways to find out things. If it was not said entirely, you know, I would argue that the folks with the resources have eyes and ears everywhere. But still, to the point, though, she's still got to get around. There's no good reason for her not to be able to make the best attempt possible to get the information that she's actually looking for. That preparation, by the way, which he, you know, needed to have his attorney there for, which is a perfectly reasonable request, could have helped to build the trust that she needs right now. And so therefore, there's still the matter of for whatever the prosecutor may know and however it is that they may know it, particularly if it wasn't told to them, she still has a job to do. She's going to draw more bees with honey, and she really needed to build the house, hopefully, ideally, before she ever came to court with him so that he knew, wait, I'm not crazy about being here. I want to get out of here. I'm finished trucking school, whatever else. Here's what she's looking for. Let me get where I need to get. My attorney has said, I'm okay. We look both ways for across the street. Let's get this done so I can get out of Dodge.
And Brian Buckmeyer, these are great questions. JC from YouTube also follows up. What would be a valid reason outside of the witness not showing up or refusing to answer a question for the plea deal to be revoked?
To either plead the fifth to something that he's not allowed to, or to an outright lie, especially if it's material to the case. If it's something like, hey, did you turn left on this street, as opposed to writing lies about that, they probably won't invalidate the plea deal. But if he comes up and says YSL is not a gang and it was never a gang and I was never a part of that, I think that's going to take away his plea deal.
All right, I think I have time for two more questions. If we do it quickly, Kamiko J from YouTube, is it mandatory for those who took a plea deal to testify? Joe Richardson.
If they're called to testify, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And Brian, last question to you. AJ Taylor from YouTube. Do you think the state will potentially lose the jury with all of the pointless witnesses? Before both of you leave me.
Yes, they could be drowned in information, especially information that they cannot properly articulate or connect towards the ultimate charges that they are set there to deliberate on.
And there you have it from our great experts who are leaving me. Joe Richardson, you are a civil rights attorney, but I know you're going to be following this case and hopefully be back on with me. And Brian Buckmeyer, I know you're always here because why? You're a law and crime legal analyst who's been following this case. Now, I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. I want to tell you that we've reached the end of our question and answer for today, but we will be continuing this as this trial goes on. So send in your questions daily. And to do that, you have to watch this trial. Stay with us here at the Law and Crime Network. We'll be right back. What? After this break. Well, welcome back to Law and Crime. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden, and I will be with you for the next 2 hours. And we're still following that trial for Jeffrey Williams, also known as rapper Young Thug, and the 5 co-defendants in the case who are in the courtroom with him. Yes, all of them. Prosecutors allege that rapper Young Thug and co-defendants are part of the Young Slime Life Gang, I should say, which is responsible for violent crimes in the Atlanta area. Now, the courtroom is currently on their lunch break, and we'll be back at 1:30. So right now, we have a very special guest. We're going to catch up with WSB TV reporter Michael Seiden, who has been in that Atlanta courtroom following this trial extensively. And such a day when we left it, Michael Seiden. It's so great to have you on the show. But the witness, Trontavia, said to the prosecutor, if you give me your hand, you know, I can show you. So what was the mood when he first entered the courtroom, and what was the mood when they went to lunch?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for having me on. I got to tell you, this has been the most compelling day thus far in the trial. You know, as soon as Trontavia Stevens, who you mentioned is also known on the streets as Tick and Slug, entered the courtroom, immediately there was this energy. I noticed as he walked in, he did not look to his right where all the defendants and their attorneys are seated. He looked straight ahead. In fact, his lawyer was actually sitting behind us. She was focused on him. And I can tell you, for the first time all trial, there was actually every single defendant was sitting upright. They were totally engaged when he took the trial, because if you remember back to the indictment, this man right here is an accused founder of the YSL gang. So they know what this guy is going to provide for the prosecution. So really a lot of energy in there. You could definitely tell that everybody was paying attention for sure.
Yeah, now the prosecutor got into quite a dance with him about the significance of naming members of the rock crew. And he talked about when he was, 10 years old. What was the significance of that, Michael?
Yeah, so that's really important for your viewers to understand. So Rock Crew, which is an acronym, stands for Raised on Cleveland, which is the Cleveland Avenue area where a lot of these defendants all grew up. So the Rock Crew was a subset of the Bloods gang, and prosecutors allege, if you remember in opening statements, prosecutors laid it out saying that a lot of these defendants were members of the Rock Crew, a criminal street gang, and then once that fell apart, they eventually would form Young Slime Life. But what was so interesting about this, and I'm sure we'll get into it in a minute, is just at the point where she was asking him about the members and how he got involved. And that was really an interesting back and forth inside the courtroom.
Yeah, Jason, and there were Jason's little brother and another little brother. But before I get to that, do we know the details of the actual plea deal? And I assume he hasn't violated it because he's on the stand testifying and for the prosecution.
Right. So I was actually reviewing that, a 35-page plea review before I came on with you. And essentially back in December of 2022, Trontavia Stevens, he pleaded guilty to 1 count of violating the conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. And part of that plea deal was that he would be willing to get on the stand and testify. He would not be able to take the fifth. He would actually have to provide testimony that would support the prosecution. Now, there's been talk about, is he violating it? That's a great question. I don't believe so, but you can tell on some of these answers, she's repeatedly asking him, can you name members? Can you name it? And he's kind of just, this guy, that guy, not being very specific. I think a lot of us in the courtroom are wondering why she just doesn't say, hey, is there anybody in here that was part of the Rock Crew? And if so, can you identify them? So, yeah, I mean, what part of the plea deal, he was looking at anywhere from a minimum of 5 years to 20 years maximum if he's convicted. And of course, if he were to violate those terms of his plea deal, he would be sent to prison.
Yeah, but he's got a sweet probation for 8 years. There's no doubt about that. Now, how important do you think is his testimony? You mentioned something. Why doesn't she just say, look around you, anyone in the courtroom here, part of Rock Crew, YSL?
Yeah, I mean, there are going to be hundreds of witnesses potentially called, so there's tons of testimony. But I think for the first time in this trial, I would say that he probably has the most important testimony thus far for all the witnesses, because this is a guy who they allege was there for everything. And really, I don't know if we have to use allege because he's already pleaded guilty in this plea deal. But of course, they're hoping that this is the guy that's going to start to spell things out. And we all know who the defendant, all eyes are on, young thug, whose real name is Jeffrey Williams. So what they're, I believe, trying to get him to say is that, hey, you know, we were part of these criminal street gang. We went around committing all these crimes. He was a member. That's what I think the prosecution's trying to get to, but I don't think they've gotten to it yet.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And that brings me to a follow-up. You know, there was laughter in the courtroom when he answered some question. I mean, you know, he was talking about not being good at math. You know, most lawyers are only not good at math either, except for like 33 and a third part of your settlement. But there was laughter. So who is winning the public relations aspect in that courtroom between in examination of the prosecutor, again, with Slug, with Trontavious?
Well, you know, it's 2024, so I feel like, you know, court of public opinions, everything is, especially when we start looking in social media, you know, it's tough to say. I would say inside the courtroom, people are not, you know, everyone's glued to what's going on. But I mean, when you look around on social media and stuff, it does seem that people are getting bothered by the prosecution. They're wondering why these little crimes are being discussed. But again, you have to remember, as you know, as a lawyer, we're talking about the RICO Act here. So you've got to show, you know, there's got to be like a pretense till you get to the actual the big stuff that people really want to hear. So I think what they're doing right now is they're setting the stage for the main event, and that's what I think we're getting eventually going to work to. But again, not a prosecutor, not a, you know, not totally sure what their strategy is, but just from a layman's perspective, I would imagine that's what they're working towards.
Okay, so, you know, I'm going to have to let you go, Michael, but I'll let you go on a quick answer to what do you think the cross-examination is going to look like? Quick answer.
Yeah, I mean, obviously pure speculation, but I think they're going to go after his character. They're going to say, look, you got a plea deal here. Of course, you're going to say things that the prosecution, you know, wants you to say. You're a convicted felon. You've been committing crimes left and right. And so I think they're going to go after his character. If you remember when they brought him in, they're painting the picture that, you know, he's trying to get his life back in order. He's got 2 kids. He just got his commercial truck driver license. He's looking for a job. So I think they're going to go after his character and try to make a point that maybe he acted alone, wasn't involved with their clients.
Michael Seiden, as usual, great. Can't wait to have you back again. I know you got back into that courtroom. Thank you so very, very much. Appreciate it, as usual. And you know, we're going to continue on with our question and answers right now. We have Bridget Williams with us to answer some of those questions. Keep them coming. Go to our YouTube chat. Go to social media. Send them to us. And because we have so many today, I want to get to them. Bridget, hello. Nice to have you. As everyone knows, you're a trial attorney. You're a former prosecutor. You're a great trial attorney and great former prosecutor. So let me throw this to you. Talk Last from YouTube has been following this trial. They asked a number of excellent questions. Isn't it work product what the defense and the state's witness, Trontavious, discussed yesterday? And if it isn't, why not?
Is it the work product of what the state and Mr. Stevens discussed? It's not necessarily work product. And so they're prepping him for court. So when there's preparation for court, you know, they're going to go over questions that they may discuss or questions that they may ask on the stand, if they did do that. It was my understanding that Mr. Stevens didn't necessarily speak with the state because his attorney wasn't present. But if they are going to be asking him questions in preparation for trial or for anything like that, no, that's not going to be work product. That's going to be information that they're going to be discussing in order to try to talk about in a trial setting. And that's what the state's job is to do.
Okay, so Bridget, you heard that Brian Buckmeyer was here before, along with Joe Richardson, and they've listened to this, and this is a question from Snook Dawan from YouTube, okay? And you kind of get the import of this question. Why is the DA, that's Ms. Love, asking the same question 100 times when obviously the witness is trying to give her the answer or doesn't remember or is not going to give her the answer?
He's 100 times. It's part of his plea agreement that he will testify, will not plead the fifth. He has a responsibility, pretty much. He is obligated to testify in the particular case. And if she's not the answer she wants, then she's going to go back and try to ask it in a different way in order to get him to say certain things. That's really what she's doing here. He's already agreed that he would answer these questions. He's already agreed that he's going to testify about the case as it relates to these particular defendants. So she's asking these questions 110 times because she's trying to get a specific answer out of him, really to say that he was involved in this gang activity, that was a conspiracy, that they actually did gang activity amongst all of the individuals who are there. And so that's what she's trying to get out of him.
Well, except that maybe she should ask the direct question instead of going round and round and using the plea agreement instead of like, no, I don't want you to answer that and tell me who the first names are. I want you to answer the question my way. It's her way or not necessarily answer. And I think that's where the problem is lying so far. Anyhow, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more on this explosive trial and fireworks in that courtroom today. Stay with us.
It must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Great question, great answer, because that's what the lawyers are looking at, certainly the defense lawyers and also the prosecutors who have to prove their case. Bridget, Jody Kyles from YouTube. This is kind of along the lines of the questions you answered before, but a follow-up. How come no questions are being said or being asked of Tick or Slug at all referencing YSL? Instead, the prosecutor's mentioning all the other gangs, specifically the Rock Crew, obviously. Isn't she losing the jury? Aren't they there for listening to who's in the YSL gang?
That is what they are there for. However, she probably more than likely what I'm picking up from her is that she's trying to build up to that point, right? And so whenever you want to give them some foundation work and talk to the jury a little bit about what they started out doing. How do they all know each other? They all grew up on the same neighborhood. This is how, they formed a friendship. This is how they have a closeness with each other. And then from
So that contract can be breached. And once it's breached, the prosecution can pull back on their offer and now go after you with the full extent of the law.
Okay, so Matt, let me follow up on that for our viewer who asked a very good question. I've never had somebody, the prosecution charge that they've never, even when I was a prosecutor, that didn't testify truthfully, even if it wasn't everything that you wanted. As a defense attorney, I tend not to represent what we used to call snitches, so that doesn't usually arise. But what happens? Does the prosecutor just say you didn't testify truthfully and there's a hearing, or is there no hearing? What's the procedural mechanism?
Well, I think procedurally, the prosecutor's going to go back and say, look, this is what your proffer was, so to speak. This is what you told us you could testify to. These are the persons that you could identify. These are the transactions that you were present for. And you took the witness stand and you didn't present those facts as you presented them to us. So you either didn't tell the truth or you didn't give the information that you had initially told us you would provide. So once that occurs, you have this plea offer that's been entered in front of the court. And then you go back to the court as prosecutor and say, hey, we had an agreement. Here were the conditions of the agreement. The defendant did not uphold his conditions. Now, the judge may want to say, okay, well, let's have a hearing. Let's take a look at what the testimony was. Let's take a look at the proffer. Or the court may say, hey, this is your sort of province, Mr. Prosecutor. They didn't comply. You can withdraw the plea and you go forward with the trial on this particular defendant.
Oh, that would be a lot of fun if that happens here. So, Bridget, let me go to you. Get Black with Me, excuse me, I apologize. Get Black with Me from YouTube. Would the defense score points by getting Stevens to say that the Rock Crew was a gang of guys tied to by living in the same neighborhood? He already said they didn't do group crimes. Point.
Well, I don't know if he would get points. I would think that maybe it's along the lines of, it's just, they're trying to show that they were involved in gang activity, even at an early point, right? So when they were involved in the Rock Crew, that they were involved in gang activity at that time, then that faded out and then they formed YSL. right? And so, I mean, getting him to say that they all grew up in the same neighborhood and they were involved in rock crew, I think that it's a starting point, right? But what this case is about, racketeering, is them all being involved in the YSL Street gang, and then that they were through that involvement committed different offenses for their own gain. And so that's really what the state needs to be looking at improving. That's their job here.
I want to get back to that, but first, it's a technical question. It's really not technical. It's a great question from Ben from YouTube. Matt, does the state have to prove RICO beyond a reasonable doubt or just a preponderance of the evidence?
Well, it's my understanding that it's beyond a reasonable doubt. In this situation, there have been a litany of charges. I think there's 191 different incidents where they've alleged that there's some sort of racketeering or there's some crime that was used in support of the racketeering. And that was over a 10 or 11 year period. So there's a lot of ground to cover here. And each one of those individual crimes, whether it's murder or aggravated assault or kidnapping or drug distribution, those all have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And therefore, in order to sustain the RICO charge, each of the underlying element that indicates that there's a criminal enterprise, it must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Great question, great answer, because that's what the lawyers are looking at, certainly the defense lawyers and also the prosecutors who have to prove their case. Bridget, Jody Kyles from YouTube. This is kind of along the lines of the questions you answered before, but a follow-up. How come no questions are being said or being asked of Tick or Slug at all referencing YSL? Instead, the prosecutors mentioning all the other gangs, specifically the rock crew, obviously. Isn't she losing the jury? Aren't they there for listening to who's in the YSL gang?
That is what they are there for. However, she probably more than likely what I'm picking up from her is that she's trying to build up to that point, right? And so whenever you want to give them some foundation work and talk to the jury a little bit about what they started out doing. How do they all know each other? They all grew up on the same neighborhood. This is how, they formed a friendship. This is how they have a closeness with each other. And then from that, when that dissolved, then they decided, well, we're still close with each other. Now let's form something else. And that's, I think she's just laying the groundwork. She just hasn't gotten to it yet. This trial is set to last for quite some time. I believe the prediction is up to 6 months. And so she's just getting started with this particular witness. I think there'll probably be some more questions that go a little longer, that go into talking about that YSL connection.
Well, if she's just getting started, we better add 6.5 months, because this is going to take a while, because she hasn't even gotten to that 35-page or 37-page plea agreement. So, Matt, AJ Taylor from YouTube. Okay. Mr. Stevens made it his business to say, that's Trontavia Stevens, Slug, Tick, who's on the stand, that he did crimes by himself. Now, doesn't that hurt the state's RICO charge unless there's something more in that plea agreement and the factual basis underlying it that he pleaded guilty to?
Well, if he committed crimes himself, even if it was just him who committed it, was it committed in furtherance of this whole criminal enterprise? So just because he didn't go out with one of the other 6 defendants and commit a crime, was that crime committed in furtherance of this criminal enterprise? So let's say that, that the YSL was selling drugs, and, somebody hadn't paid for the drugs that they received, or they did something in terms of the drugs that they provided to YSL. And he went there and evened the score with this person, went there himself and said, hey, listen, I got ripped off, and, he kneecaps him. That's a crime he committed himself, but he did it in furtherance of this wider conspiracy, this wider criminal enterprise that YSL is involved in.
So that brings us to additional questions that our viewers have. Our viewers are just so smart. Renee, Sycamore Mom from YouTube, Bridget asks, since they're using, and they're meaning the prosecution, using old crimes that were already adjudicated or dropped, dismissed as proof of a larger RICO crime, is there any double jeopardy considerations here?
That's a good question.
Yeah, great question.
I would say that what they're looking for is, again, we're going back to what is the main charge that we're focusing on in this particular case. We're focusing on the racketeering case, but when we are doing it, they have to prove these underlying cases underneath it, right? So when we're saying, I believe just as the co-panelists stated, when we're trying to prove this racketeering case, we have to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt, and even those ones that are beneath it. And so when we talk about those ones that are dismissed, they're talking about those, but they're also including other cases in which they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And so I think that's just one part of it. They're continuing to talk about additional crimes that are being committed in order to prove their overall charge here, which is racketeering.
But you have to wonder whether or not it's going to hurt them. People say, why are we talking about weed possession here in 2024 that happened back somewhere in 2012? But anyhow, I have so many great questions from all of you viewers. Keep them coming on the YouTube chat, Facebook, on Twitter. And when we come back, we'll have more of them. I'm looking at Danny from YouTube, Hip Hop Press 365 content. I'm just mentioning your names because I know you're going to come back after that. Stay with us. back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. We have been covering, as you know, the trial of Young Thug, the racketeering trial, alleging that that he's a member of a RICO group, a racketeering group. And on the stand right now, supposedly one of his cohorts, why I say supposedly, because Trontavia Stevens has been testifying in that courtroom this morning. He took a deal several years ago where he stayed in jail for 2 years, and then he has 8 years probation, and he's out. And he's out, but he's on the stand. But we're going to get back to that in a little bit because our viewers, you have had incredible questions here. YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, keep them coming. Let's go to some of them right now because I have with me still Matt Mangino, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, and Bridget Williams, trial attorney, also a former prosecutor. Okay, so let me go to you, Bridget. Hip Hop Press 365, Content 100 from YouTube. Is the prosecutor being too aggressive with the witness?
Sometimes a prosecutor can be a little too aggressive. Instead of being aggressive with him, it sounds like to me she should just kind of ask the straightforward questions that she's looking for. And then you don't want to be too aggressive and then come across wrong to the jury. And then the jurors not like you. You'll be surprised at what jury members actually remember. They remember the tone in which you were talking to the witness. They remember, your body language when you were talking to a witness, especially in such a long trial such as this. And so that's something that the prosecutor needs to be more mindful of when asking these particular questions. She's prolonging her questions with this particular witness instead of kind of just asking some direct questions that could just kind of get her in and out. But like some Southern people say here, it's just like you attract more flies with honey than you do vinegar. Just get to what you need to, ask those questions directly and get out.
Yeah, Brian Buckmeyer was not too complimentary. He said, it seems like somebody's trying to be, who's the bigger, donkey's back in that courtroom here that's going on instead of just getting to the evidence where the jury's sitting there for over 6 months. Okay, so Matt Mangino, let's go to the next question. This is really interesting by Brandon Williams Quick from YouTube. Okay, if the case is won by Jeffrey Williams, what happens to the people that took the plea deals? Oh, well, look at that face.
They weren't willing to roll the dice. And when you're not willing to roll the dice, you don't win. So if you've pled guilty because you're cautious, because you think that there's too much at stake here and you don't want to risk going to jail for an indefinite period of time. And then all of a sudden, the guy that you're testifying against is found not guilty. He walks, you do your time. That's just the way it goes. And quite frankly, Linda, in all your experience, that kind of thing happens. People, they take a plea, they think they're going the low risk way, and they end up serving time when the target of this investigation, the person they went after, walks free.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. Matt Mangino, we've seen that all the time. So, Bridget, okay, Get Black with Me had a follow-up question to the prior question that they asked. Does the prosecution have to show that the rock crew morphed into YSL? If not, why are they spending so much time on it?
No, they don't have to show that. Again, we're here to talk about the racketeering charge, right? And so what she's doing is, again, just laying the predicate to show that this is how YSL got started in the first place. How do we know each other? How are we related in some type of way? How is it that we have any type of relationship with these individuals? So she's just going back to years before that say, okay, well, this is how we know each other. We started with this rock crew, and then that kind of dissolved down, and then decided that we're going to start YSL. So she doesn't have to prove anything as it relates to the rock crew. She has to prove that there was criminal activity going on. All these people that she's trying to prosecute were involved in that criminal activity and that they committed crimes in furtherance of that gang. That's her job.
Okay, so Matt Mangino is a follow-up step on it from YouTube, talking about proving things by, co-defendant's testimony. This is a really interesting question. Could the prosecutor still unexpectedly call rapper and YSL associate Gunna to the stand. Matt Mangino, I give you the hard ones, aren't I?
Well, no, you have to build a case like this by calling people who have been involved in this enterprise. And, one of the luxuries that prosecutors don't have is that they can't pick their witnesses. Okay, so you're stuck with the witnesses that you have, the people who can provide background, the people who can provide testimony. And these are people who are going to provide testimony about crimes. So they're typically not upstanding citizens. They're not the sort of the cream of the crop. You wish you could call, 5 nuns and 5 altar boys to testify about this criminal enterprise, but it doesn't work like that. They don't, the people who are involved in these criminal enterprises are always not the most credible. They have their own baggage that they take with them into the courtroom. They have criminal histories that can come back and bite them. So you're stuck with the witnesses that you have in a criminal prosecution. And that's one of the more difficult things that prosecutors face.
Okay, so, all right, Bridget, I don't want you to feel left out with the hard questions because this is a hard question, okay?
All right.
Why, and it's from Tall Glass from YouTube again. Again, we have great followers who've been following this trial and submit their questions every day, sometimes several of them because they're so good and they're so interested. Why didn't the state have everyone who pleaded testify? Why are they only going to have, we anticipate, a select few, and this is the first of the few?
Yeah, and we don't know exactly who are they going to be calling, right? So there is a laundry list of individuals that can possibly be testifying in this particular case. I believe the last time we checked, it was over 400 potential witnesses that could be testifying in this case. Now, will they be calling all 400 of those people? Probably not. But will they be calling a significant amount of them? Yes, we just need to wait and see when they're going to be calling those people. And so far, this is all they have called. And we don't even know the order in which they are going to call. They don't have to call those witnesses in a specific order. They can do it in the way that they think will build their case the best. So calling upon Mr. Stevens at this time, they may believe that this is what is best in order to grab the jurors' attention at this time, and then to build upon their case in order to get out the best facts in order to move forward in proving for this RICO charge.
And Bridget, you just answered Danny from YouTube's question. She asked whether the state has a witnesses list. Are they obligated to call every witness? The answer is no. And sometimes they put so many people on the witness list that they don't really intend to call. The judge actually made them whittle it down. So Matt Mangino, do you know what Georgia's prior bad acts law is? I assume it's like every other state.
I'm sorry.
Bad acts, or prior bad acts. When prior bad acts get admitted?
Well, prior bad acts, if you can show that there, is a consistent pattern, a modus operandi where you have committed similar bad acts in the past, and they are consistent with what's being alleged here. So, a lot of times, as a defense attorney, I would fight vigorously not to have prior bad acts being admitted, because it's almost as though the conclusion has already been drawn. Well, you've done this in the past. We're bringing it up because you did it this time as well. So I always think that this 404 evidence is very prejudicial to a defendant and can be very harmful to a case. And so, yeah, if it shows some consistent pattern, some modus operandi, yeah, maybe, it's relevant to the case. But, as a defense attorney, I'm going to fight it tooth and nail because I think it's so prejudicial.
And that question, by the way, was from S. Jones. I neglected to say from YouTube. Thank you, S. Jones, for the question. Bridget Williams, I'm going to ask you one more question, then we're going to take a break, but we're going to have a lot more questions on the other side. Okay, so content channel from YouTube. Bridget, will each defense attorney get a chance to cross-examine this witness?
Yes. The short answer, yes. Each defense attorney has the opportunity, if they want to to examine the witnesses if they choose to do so. I mean, some of them may have the exact same questions, right? And it's because this witness is testifying in like the joint trial amongst all of the co-defendants, right? But each defense attorney has the opportunity to ask whatever questions they choose to do so. And so it's just a matter of time and determining if they do have similar questions, or if they want to ask questions. Maybe one of the attorneys asked something that the other attorney was already going to ask, right? So, but they have the opportunity to ask whatever it is that they choose to in cross-examination.
And because they represent different people, they have different interests. So when some of their questions may implicate somebody else. And when you're sitting there with co-counsel, you're like cringing your hair because you don't know what could come out that may hurt your case against the person you're representing as you're sitting in that trial, which is why you hate co-defendants usually. Anyhow, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more of your questions and answers. Please submit them to our YouTube channel, Facebook, Twitter, directly tweet at us, or I guess it's X at us nowadays. So, whatever, send them to us. We're the Law and Crime Network. See you on the other side. while the trial is at lunch hour, the Young Thug trial in Atlanta, when they come back, Trontavia Stevens will be expected to take the stand, retake the stand on his direct examination. But right now, we have a great part of the show. Your questions that we have been answering, viewers like you, keep submitting them. But let me go to some of them right now. This is just a favorite question of mine. Matt Mangino, Dawn Paisley from YouTube asks, if YSL is a gang, why didn't they charge record executives regarding royalties they wouldn't have received because if those royalties were being funded by criminal activities, why aren't they part of the whole RICO gang?
Well, it's interesting. It's an interesting question, Linda. And so, we know that the young slime life is the gang, and we know that the record label, while it's YSL, it's Young Stoner Life, and maybe it's a legitimate record label, and that legitimate record label is just also promoting the gang, so to speak. It's sort of this criminal enterprise. Was it to influence the record industry? Was it to influence their talent, or was it to influence other illegal conduct that they were involved in? And I think the direction that prosecutors are going in this case is that they had this association that dates back years that evolved into this street gang YSL, and that this criminal conduct, many incidents of criminal conduct over a period of 10 or 12 years, was there to promote this criminal enterprise that is namely, the YSL gang, and not necessarily the record company.
And supposedly YSL came from the initials of Yves Saint Laurent, the designer, by the way, just as a little aside from something I read about this trial. I don't know if it's true, but it sounds pretty good. Anyhow, let's go to Benjamin from YouTube, Bridget, okay? Why aren't they all charged with murder if this is an all-encompassing RICO charge?
Well, that's not necessarily what the RICO charge means, right? RICO means that there were several individuals who conspired together to commit multiple crimes and in furtherance of those individuals. That's really what RICO means. So there may be some individuals charged with murder, there may be some individuals charged with kidnapping, some individuals charged with assault or possession of a firearm by a felon, possession of a firearm, period, and they should have never been in possession of a firearm, right? And so just because one person is charged with the murder doesn't mean everyone specifically is. The purpose here is that all these individuals, they were involved in a gang and they committed different offenses. It could have been a combination of different things. And then they did those things in furtherance of those gang members. So that's what the racketeering case is all about.
So I imagine this is kind of a cute question, and I'm going to preface it by the fact that because we have these long lunch breaks, we're able to answer your questions. And so without them, we wouldn't be able to answer your questions. You wouldn't be able to submit them here at the Law and Crime. Now we're going to have people like Bridget and Matt answer them. But one of our viewers says, with regard to the jury, and it's Renee, Sycamore Mom from YouTube, do juries get upset by excessive break times? They get back and then there's another 45 minutes before they start, or they're taking a 2-hour-and-a-half lunch and there's no trial time. Thoughts?
Well, yeah, and delay frustrates jurors. You're here doing your civic duty. You're here, serving as a juror, and your time is essentially being wasted. I mean, you don't mind committing yourself to listening to the evidence and to ultimately making a decision in the case, but you don't want to sit in a jury room for an hour and a half, waiting to go back to hear a half an hour's worth of testimony, and then go back into the jury room while the judges and lawyers hash out some other issues. That's why judges and counsel want to do things like motion to limit. They can resolve issues whether or not something's admissible or not admissible prior to the trial starting. so you don't waste jurors' times and you know what to anticipate yourself as counsel in a case, in terms of admissibility of evidence. But, you have these long delays, and I know judges as well despise these delays because, again, they know that it's keeping jurors longer than they need to be held. And this is a long trial. And if this is the manner in which it's going to proceed, you're going to have some pretty flustered jurors in about 6 weeks when there's still another few weeks for this trial to continue. So I know it frustrates everybody, counsel, judges, and jurors.
Well, maybe the prosecutor could streamline their case and maybe get to the questions that are important. That would do a lot to minimize what happens, but that's for another day. So I have to ask this question because I don't want to go without it being asked. I'm going to give it to you, Bridget, because I know when we get to the 2 o'clock hour, you're going to be leaving me. So you're going to get another one of my favorite questions. This is from Eric from YouTube. Eric from YouTube. Is Tick, that is Trontavia Stevens, also known as Slug, in the witness protection program? And I should say, or should he be?
That's a very good question. We are unsure of that answer. Whenever someone is, I'm sure that the state, when they offer him a plea agreement, right, maybe in exchange for his plea agreement to testify against all of these particular defendants, offered him, an opportunity to be in a witness protection program. But that's not something that was necessarily disclosed. All of the plea information generally is not necessarily disclosed. We know some of the information, right, some of the terms, but him being involved in a witness protection program, that may have been something that the state offered to him in exchange for his testimony and for him to get up on the stand, not plead the fifth, be truthful, be honest, and also in exchange for the plea agreement that he received, where he got the 2 years, 8 years probation, right? So it's a matter of, did they offer it to him? And we just don't know those details.
Well, we know he's trying to get a GD degree but failed math. We know he's got a CDL license. He'll be driving trucks. So that's a good thing, I guess. So let me go to you, Matt Mangino, Aleph Calf from YouTube. Is there a balance between letting all the evidence in and smearing guys? It appears the courts are letting a lot of past action that could damage these guys' image versus whether or not they're really relevant. That's, I know, a concern a lot of our viewers have.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously there's going to be some decision, as I mentioned a moment ago, pre-trial, with regard to what evidence can be presented and what can be used against a specific witness. I would assume that these issues have already been resolved, or maybe that's why we're in a delay right now in terms of the trial. Maybe they're trying to resolve some of those issues. But listen, if you can bring it up, if it's fair game, if the court has ruled that it's admissible, or there's been no objection by the other side, then this information is relevant. It's going to be used, and it's going to continue to be used. I'm not going to leave something on the table that I could use in a case just because I don't think, well, maybe this isn't fair. The court will decide.
Let me just say, Matt, though, but speaking of that, because we only have a minute left to go, and Bridget, you have to leave me, so your answer is going to have to be quick. J.O. Say from YouTube asks, how much money did YSL gang make allegedly? Because the state showed nothing about profit. You have about 20 seconds.
Well, we don't know necessarily what they're making. Again, the purpose of this case is, are they committing offenses that were in furtherance of a gang, committing crimes that were in furtherance of this particular gang? So we don't know necessarily what their profit was, but it's something that they may bring into evidence. We'll just have to wait and see.
Well, we'll see. We're kind of creeping there slowly. So, Bridget, thank you very much. Matt Mangino, you're staying with me. And there's fireworks in that courtroom as Trontavia Stevens, who took a deal, has been on the stand under direct examination. Stay with us here at the Law and Crime Network, and we'll keep you up to date with all that is happening. welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden, and I will be with you again still for the next hour. And we are still and gratefully answering your questions here on the network as we wait for that Atlanta courtroom to come back from their lunch break. And you know, we're in the trial of Jeffrey Williams, also known as rapper Young Thug, and his 5 co-defendants. The rapper is facing racketeering charges for his alleged affiliation with the Young Slime Life Gang, also known as YSL. Now, according to prosecutors in the case, the Young Slime Life Gang is responsible for multiple violent crimes, including murders, shootings, carjackings, and other racketeering acts.
Mr. Steele, who's the interloper at your table that you didn't introduce me to yesterday?
I apologize, I wanted to, Your Honor, this gentleman is Ram, B-R-A-M, Mans Back. Like, M-A-N-S-D-A-C-H, and he is in Hamilton College. He's studying for the LSAT, he's a senior, and he is extremely bright, and he's working with us on Mr. Williams' case, both remotely and when he's in Atlanta. Okay. School, and I appreciate it, I hope, okay, I hope it's okay, that he's helping out, and he also, tell everyone that he actually runs 4-minute, 15-mile or less. So, he's not only intelligent, he's pretty.
Impressive. All right. Young man, welcome, okay? All right. Okay, let's go ahead and summon our jurors first, please. Thank you.
It's crispy in here. I said, it's crispy in here. So hot. Yeah, I already had it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Everybody present, counsel.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Love, you may continue with the examination, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, Mr. Stevens.
Good afternoon.
Did you have a good lunch?
I ate some trail mix.
Some trail mix? Okay, well, if you get hungry, let us know, we'll stop, right? All right. So when we last left off at lunch, you were talking about the hand signs that you know are affiliated with sex, money, murder. Would you tell the jury how it is that you are aware that those are hand signs that are affiliated or connected with sex, money, murder?
Really? Like word of mouth? Like, being around, being in the streets.
Being around and being in the streets. Have you ever used those hand signs?
I have.
Have you ever falsely claimed sex, money, murder?
No one I never got jumped in. I never knew anyone who was like really official.
You said something interesting just now. You said, I never got jumped in. Could you tell the jury what that is?
Like the initiation process,
And what is the initiation process?
being jumped in.
I asked that question narrow.
Yeah.
The question, just broad. I'm gonna overrule the objection at this point in time, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Your Honor. You may answer that question.
The initiation process.
Yes, you said that being jumped in was the initiation process.
Right.
And I asked you, what is the initiation?
I apologize as well. I think that is mischaracterizing the statement of Mr. Steele. I object. One more question. Hold on a second. I'm overruling the objection, Mr. Steele.
You may answer the question for the jury.
The initiation process.
Yes, what is it?
Oh, to be jumped in.
What does that consist of?
A fist fight.
Fist fight?
Yes.
Between who?
A person who's already in and a person who's trying to get in.
And to what end? How long does the fist fight have to take place?
I guess to the person who initiating the person say it's enough.
How do you know that?
All that type stuff is going on in the juvenile facility that I was in.
Now, my question to you, and I appreciate your answer, was have you ever falsely claimed sex, money, murder?
I never been jumped in.
I'm asking you.
So I never went.
Have you falsely?
I'll sustain the objection. Let him finish, Ms. Lau, okay?
I never went through the process of being jumped in the initial game.
Have you ever falsely claimed sex, money, murder?
Yes.
You have falsely claimed it.
Yes.
Where and how often?
So I've never been jumped in. So like ever since I started saying it, ever since I was in juvenile and I got a tattoo of a bee, basically.
Say that one more time.
Ever since I was in juvenile and I got a tattoo of a bee.
And you got a tattoo of a bee.
Yes.
Now, is Rock Crew affiliated with sex, money, murder?
I'm Rock Crew and I know about sex, money, murder, so yes.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I'm a part of Rock Crew. I was a part of Rock Crew and I was a part of sex, money, murder. So yes.
Are other members of Rock Crew a part of sex, money, and murder?
Other members are part of Rock Crew, sex, money, murder. Yes.
Do you see any members of Rock Crew or any people who were members of Rock Crew in the courtroom today?
No one in this courtroom was initially raised on Cleveland. So there's no way that they can be part of Rock Crew.
So you're saying that there's no one in this courtroom who was ever a member of Rock Crew?
No one in this courtroom was raised on Cleveland with me to be able to be a part of a crew called Raised on Cleveland.
Mr. Stevens, I appreciate what you're telling us. I'm asking you, was anyone in this courtroom besides yourself ever a member of Rock Crew?
That wasn't what the formal question was. The written question now, that wasn't what the question.
So is it forming the question, Mr. Harvey?
I object to the form of the question.
Okay, all right. I sustain that objection. All right, you can rephrase, madam, if you can.
Was anyone in this courtroom besides yourself ever a member of Rock Crew?
No, because you have to be born and raised on Cleveland Avenue to be a part of Rock Crew.
Was anyone in this courtroom besides yourself ever affiliated with Rock Crew?
Yes, because they know me.
Who?
Some Rock Crew era. They kind of dang. No, cause none of them be like a part of Rock Crew.
Okay, so you said none of them could be, so
No.
no one here in this courtroom besides yourself, is your testimony, has ever been affiliated with Rock Crew?
No. A part of Rock Crew? I don't understand.
What part don't you understand?
The question. The entirety of the question.
Okay. Is there anyone in this courtroom besides yourself who's ever claimed to be a part of or affiliated with Rock Crew?
No, no one claimed Rock Crew.
Speculation. I sustain this. That was Mr. Sharp and Mr. Matthews sustained this to both grounds. So you can rephrase now.
To your knowledge, is anyone in this courtroom besides you claimed to be affiliated with Rock Crew?
Can going to neighborhood club be a form of affiliation?
I can't answer the question.
If that is the case, yes. That went to the club with Rock Crew? Because that was my answer to my question.
Okay, so, sure, let's start with that. Who are those people
That I've clubbed with, that I've been to a club with.
that you said Rock Crew?
I almost been to a club with every one of them except the younger one.
Would you name the people here?
First and last name? To my best ability.
Okay.
Dang, I don't even know his name.
What do you call
Quay,
it? Okay, who else?
Jeffrey
You know his last name?
Williams,
Okay,
Shannon Stillwell,
okay.
and I don't know his name. I don't know his last name, but I call him Quay. And DeMonte,
Kendrick,
yes.
how long have you known Quay?
I'll rule the objection, Mr. Matthews.
Which one?
You know what? I'm glad you asked me that. Tell me who in this courtroom you're referring to as Quay by the clothing that they are wearing. Let's start with the first Quay.
The first Quay is right here with the brown.
Okay? And when you say right here with the brown, is he seated between a man in a purple suit and a man in a blue suit?
Yes.
Okay? And who is the second Quay?
In the back, in the far back.
Your Honor, would the record reflect that the first Quay was identified as Mr. Marquadius Huey?
It shall.
And you said the second Quay is in the back?
Yes.
What is he wearing?
Black.
And where is he seated?
In the back.
Next to who?
You asked me to say that name? I don't know the name.
I'm asking you to describe what they're wearing.
A gentleman in a brown suit and gray suit.
So a gentleman on one side in a brown suit,
Yes.
and a gentleman in another side on the gray suit?
Yes.
Is he seated at the first table, the second table, or the third?
Second table?
And is he the second person from the end as to your left?
Yes.
Your Honor, would the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Barmavius Nichols?
It shall.
Thank you. So how long have you known Mr. Marquadius Huey, whom you called the first Quay?
I already know of him. He used to come to the Cleveland Avenue Park and play basketball over there.
So, what's the answer? How long have you known?
So the time frame I have problems with, man. I've been telling you that since I've been up on the stand.
That do you know you've known him longer than 5 years?
So can I say, I knew him before I went to prison?
If it's the truth.
Yes.
When did you go to prison?
2015.
So you knew him before 2015?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And what about Jeffrey Williams? How long have you known him?
Of course, before I went to prison.
I'm sorry.
I said before I went to prison, but like probably 3 years before that.
Why did you say, of course, before I went to prison?
No, because I use prison as an example to help me time frame the first person that I referenced to. So I'm gonna use prison to help me with the time frame for the second person I referenced to.
And how long have you known Shannon?
I met Shannon in like probably 2014, 2013, probably 2014, 2013.
2014 or 2013?
Yeah.
And what about Diamante?
I actually went to elementary school with him. I didn't see him again until after prison, after elementary school.
So how long has that been? Since what year?
I went to elementary school with him. I didn't see him again till after I was released from prison. So I really don't know too much of the adult him. I knew him as a child.
Now, did you went to elementary school, were you living on Cleveland Avenue while you were in elementary school?
Yes.
Where was Diamante living during this time?
I'm not sure. I just know we was in third grade together.
And how long have you or maybe it's the one you call second point.
He's younger than me, so I knew of him to be out and about around the neighborhood, hanging with like some of the more guys younger than me. And when I came home from prison, he was older and like we probably got to really kick it for like a year, and he went back to jail. So I technically know like.
Come on up, Mr. Harvey.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to deny the motion as proffered. Ladies and gentlemen, just as an instruction to you to disregard the witness's last statement, okay? All right, continue.
Mr. Stevens, using only numbers and not referring to anything else. is it fair to say that you've known Mr. Cornelius Nichols since? I need to read.
I'm gonna overrule your objection, sir. Go ahead, madam.
Since around 2015, or a little bit after, without, that's yes or no?
So when you begin with your question and someone says objection, it like throw my whole train of thoughts off.
Okay. So I asked you how long you've known Cornelius Nichols, the person that you refer to as the second play. And then I am asking you, is it fair to say that you have known him since around 2015 or a little bit after?
That's
Yes
fair.
or no?
Yes,
That's fair?
yes.
All right. Now, since we also talked about sex, money, murder, to your knowledge, is there anyone in this courtroom who has claimed sex, money, murder?
Not to my knowledge.
Would you tell the jury what someone would do in your presence that would make you consider them to be claiming sex, money, murder? An example of something you would be a person do for you to perceive them as claiming sex, money, murder.
I think I'll go by what they tell me.
Okay. Would you also go by hand signs that they do in front of you?
No, because anyone can do that.
Have you seen anyone in the courtroom do sex, money, murder hand signs?
They could have been doing any type of hand signs.
Have you seen anyone in the courtroom doing sex, money, murder hand signs?
They could have been doing any hand signs.
They could have. I'm not certain I understand your answer. Would you clarify whether or not you have seen anyone in the courtroom do hand signs that you recognize to be sex, money, murder hand signs?
So they could have been doing a particular hand sign, and it could have been meaning something totally different from sex, money, murder.
Have you seen any that you recognize as being like sex, money, murder?
I don't recall.
We talked a little bit before lunch about members of Rock Crew and gang activity. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you have personal knowledge of whether any of your family was selling drugs for Rock Crew?
Do I have personal knowledge that any of my family?
You said that.
Hold on.
Come on up.
Mr. Stevens, you may answer the question. Did you need me to ask it again? To your knowledge, has any member of your family sold drugs for Rockford?
Foundation of time.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection, Mr. Form. Can you rephrase that, madam?
Yes. When were your brothers members of Rockford?
So we all, my brothers, so we all, I'm speaking on behalf of my brothers, we all like gravitated towards the streets at the same time.
So are you able to tell the jury, to any degree of specificity, the time during which your brothers were acting as members of Rockford?
I'm sorry, but I told you I'm bad with timing.
It's okay, you don't have to apologize. So, understanding that at any time when they were a part of Rockford, were your brothers, do you know whether your brothers sold drugs on behalf of Rockford?
No, no.
Is your answer no, you do not know, or no, they never did?
I know my brothers didn't sell any drugs on behalf of Block Crew.
I'm going to show you what has been marked and already been, and thank you, by the way, for your answers. I'm going to show you what has been marked and already been provided to the defense as State's Exhibit. As State's Exhibit 1U. One, U as in uniform. 2U. 3U. 4U. 5U. 6U. 7U. 8U. 8U Bravo, lowercase b. 9U. And ask you if you recognize the images. Yes, sir. Sure.
Yes.
Of course. And ask you if you recognize, without commenting on what they are, because until they are introduced, we can't show the jury, okay?
Yes.
So I'm gonna put them in front of you one at a time. Do you recognize that image depicted in the photograph labeled State's Exhibit 1U?
Yes. Yes.
Do you recognize the image depicted in 2U?
Yes.
Do you recognize the image depicted in 3U?
Yes.
Do you recognize the image depicted in 4U?
Yes.
Do you recognize the image depicted in 5U?
Yes.
Do you recognize the image depicted in 6U?
Yes. That.
Just not saying what it is.
Oh no. All right.
Okay, you recognize the
Yeah.
image? You recognize the images depicted in 7U?
Yes.
You recognize the image depicted in 8U?
Yes.
Do you recognize the image depicted in 8UB as in Bravo?
Yes.
And do you recognize the image depicted in 9U?
Yes.
Do you recognize, are each of these images depicting you or a part of your body?
Yes.
All right. Or something affiliated with you? Yes?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, and are they fair and accurate representations of each of the images I've shown you?
You ain't showing me them right now.
These are not ones
They
that
ain't got nothing to do with me.
they are you, but they're smaller pictures.
Oh, all right.
So, are they fair and accurate representations?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 1U through
Uniform, okay.
1 uniform,
Through 7.
9 uniform, inclusive of the photographs, which include the Bravo designation. So it's,
Which one has a,
that would be,
8 has a uniform Bravo designation?
yes, Your Honor.
Any other one?
And I believe there is only that one in this set
Okay.
of photographs.
Any objection to states 1 uniform through 9 uniform? Counsel? All right. States 1 uniform, 2 uniform, 3 uniform, 4 uniform, 5 uniform, 6 uniform, 7 uniform, 8 uniform, Bravo, and 9 uniform are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
All right. So, now publishing State's Exhibit 1 uniform for the jury. Can you see it both in front of you and on the screen in front of you, whichever one's easiest for you to look at?
Yes,
And is that a photograph of your neck?
yes.
Would you tell the jury what it is that is written on your neck?
It's a B with a money bag. It's a F and it's a L for like with the picture of a gun.
Okay, so you said that the B is a money bag?
Yes,
All right. Is there a color around that?
yes. It's a color around the F.
What color is it?
Red.
All right. And the B, that's the money bag. What is the F formed from?
So the whole.
Wait, before you get into the whole, can you just, let's go step by step. Can we do that? Is that all right with you?
So I gotta explain the first part to get to the second part. You speaking on the second part. So I'm gonna take you from top to the beginning to the end.
We'll go there. Can we start with the F? Just tell the jury what it's formed from, what it's made of.
Oh, what F this is?
Yes, how it's formed. What is that? Forming the letter F.
It's a F. It's like a I want to say it's like a skater brand, like a skateboard brand or something.
Is there a red star in the middle of that F?
Yeah, I got it on the.
Okay. And what is the L made of? Is that a gun that the L is made of?
Yes,
And you wanted to explain something.
yes.
Go ahead.
So it's abbreviated for BFL. So I got the money bag first, so it stands for bank first and last. Basically, put your money first and last.
And it does not stand for blood for life.
No, that's why the money bag. I actually got that's why the money bag right there.
Okay. Why is that red star there?
I wanted to add some color to it, and red is the only color that my body will take because of my dark skin.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as 3 uniform. Can you see what's on the screen for 3 uniform?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what we're looking at, what part of your body we're looking at in 3 uniform?
The back of my neck.
And what are the letters printed on the back of your neck that are shown in State's Exhibit 3 uniform?
A K, a A, a N, a T, a F, a I, a G, a H, a T.
And below that, is there another word?
Yes.
What is that word?
FATE.
Okay. And so what is that sentence? What is that phrase when you put it all together?
Can't fight fate.
Okay. How do you spell can't?
CANT.
Why do you have it spelled with the K on the back of your neck?
Because it was my body and I wanted to do what I wanted to do with my body.
And you're entitled.
Right.
Is there any particular reason you chose to change the letter C to a letter K?
I wanted to seem original, so I initially got the initial quote from a movie called Law Abiding Citizens, and that phrase was an important part in the movie. So, and I didn't want people to think that's where I got it from, so I wanted it to seem original, like I thought of it.
Now, are those letters in ink that are on your neck?
Yes.
Does that wash out?
No.
So it's permanent?
Yes.
Showing you State's 4 uniform. Tell the jury what we're looking at in 4 uniform.
So this is merch from an ongoing show that was going on at the time. It's like stuff that artists sell to like bring in more income from like the initial show. It's like equivalent to performing, so it's like more income.
So being more specific, is that a red hat?
Yes.
And was that your red hat?
Yes.
Are there letters on the red hat?
Yes.
What letters are on the red hat?
Bumpton.
Would you spell that for the court reporter?
BOMPTON.
Now, is that meant to be Compton, but replacing the C with the B?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna show you what we've already admitted as State's Exhibit 5U, uniform. Would you tell the jury what we're looking at in terms of the portions of your body with writing on it in State's 5U? Is that your right hand?
So yes, it's my right hand.
And is there writing on the side of your right hand, the back side of your right hand?
Yes.
Is there a word?
Yes.
And what word is written across your right hand?
Cleveland.
Is it still there?
Yes.
Would you hold it up for the jury?
Sorry.
All right. And are there letters written across your fingers of your right hand?
Yes.
What letters are they?
ROC.
All right. And are we looking at your left hand in State's Exhibit 6 uniform?
Yes.
What's written on the back side of your left hand? What word?
Ave, short for Avenue.
And are there letters on
Yes.
your fingers?
Yes.
What letters?
CRR, E, a W.
Are those letters in permanent ink?
Yes.
And are they meant to signify the gang you mentioned earlier, rock group,
Yes.
or raised on Cleveland?
Yes.
And 7U, is that just your right and your left hand put together?
Yes.
We're going to stop sharing for a moment as I transition. Now, do you remember where it was that you were when State's Exhibit 1 uniform, 2 uniform, 3 uniform, 4 uniform, where those photographs were taken of you?
Yes.
And were those photographs taken during an encounter with law enforcement?
Yes.
And were those law enforcement officers inclusive of Investigator Belknap?
That was a while ago. I'm not even familiar with.
Okay, fair enough.
I remember the officer who took me to jail because me and him had the last name, and I was joking with him. We got the last name. You can let me go. So that's how I remember that.
All right. Were you being arrested at that time for an incident that occurred on or about October the 11th of 2014?
Yes.
And did that incident involve the armed robbery of a female?
Yes.
And did that armed robbery, were you alleged to have robbed the female of money, a cell phone, and other personal property using a firearm?
Yes, it was 15,000 worth of hair weave. So the allegations and the accusations of the crime were completely false. I went to court and the judge handled the case and the charges were dropped.
That was October 11th, 2014, that's alleged. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 16U, and without talking about what it is, I need you to just look over it and tell me if you recognize it for the jury. I'm gonna let you read each page, but
Can you go back to the front page? Yes. Oh, no, I got it, this same thing.
Okay, I'm gonna put it right here and let you just flip through it without showing it to the jury.
Okay.
Page by page, take your time. Yes, sir. Sure. Mr. Stevens, let me hold this document. Your Honor, I'm going to approach Mr. Steele, is that okay?
You may now. Say again?
I was asking if I could see it. Your Honor, I object to it.
If you're gonna show it to him, you probably should show it to her. Yes.
Do you let me let you finish looking at it. That's through the.
I recognize.
You did?
Yes.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the document? Let me back up and ask you. 16U is 5 pages, right?
Yes.
And is your signature on the 5th page?
Yes.
And did you put your signature on the 5th?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate reflection of the document that you put your signature on?
Yes.
Do you see any material alterations, anything different?
No.
All right. State tender states exhibit 16U as evidence, 16 uniform as evidence.
All right, any objection to state 16U? All right, state 16U is amended, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Judge. And I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 15 uniform, 15 uniform. And ask you if you recognize 15 uniform as well.
Yes.
All right. And how do you recognize 15 uniform without saying what it is? Yes, sir. Sure. Was this a piece of your personal property?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of personal property that was taken off you on the date that the other pictures we referenced
Yes.
were taken off?
Yes.
Your Honor, we tender State's Exhibit 15 uniforms evidence.
Any objection? Hearing none, states 15 uniforms admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Judge. Would you tell the jury what we're looking at in State's 15 uniform?
So
Just start off with what it is, and then you can talk about anything else you want, okay?
it's a red bandana.
All right. Where was this red bandana on your person?
Probably in one of my pockets.
Which one?
I don't recall.
Did you routinely wear a red bandana? And why did you say, let me back up and change that question. Why did you say probably in one of your pockets?
Because as you can see, the item is on top of my car. So they was like pulling all type of stuff out my car. And that actually, if I'm not mistaken, that has the same words as the other one on the front. It was also merch. And it was like, it went together because that was the what's the word I'm looking for? That was what the song that the merch was. I think it had like
So you saying
so
and that's your red card is not what you're saying?
yes.
Now, there's something to the left of that. Hilton is my co-counsel sitting right here.
I'm sorry, I ain't know your name.
Were you asked by Ms. Hilton at the time that you put your signature on this document, whether you had had enough time to go over this document with your attorney?
Did she ask me that? Yes.
Did you tell her, yes, you had enough time?
Yes.
Did you tell her you needed any more time to go over it with your attorney?
Yes.
You did tell her that?
I told you that, actually. I asked, because one of the defendants was, you told him that he could come back on Tuesday with his reply, and I asked, can I do the same thing?
Judge, I'm going to object to this as being non-responsive,
Okay,
and I'm going to ask that.
it's non-responsive, so. Sir, I've ruled, okay? Don't get a comment on what I say, all right? So I'm ruling on it, his answer's non-responsive. Okay? Do you have another independent objection? Well, he's non-responsive, so that's clearly a field. So anyways, continue, madam.
Okay, thank
So
you.
you have to answer the question, then you can explain it, okay?
That's understood, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you inform Ms. Hilton at the time that you signed this document that you needed any more time to discuss this with your attorney?
No.
Did she inform you that if you needed more time, you would be given more time?
No, because I actually asked for more time before even agreeing to it. I asked Miss Chrissy Gladden to ask you because, is this okay with everyone? Can I explain? I answered the question first. I'm not being non-responsive. So I asked Miss Chrissy because I overheard you tell the defendant sitting next to me that he can come back on Tuesday with his answer that he has to because it was the weekend, if I'm not mistaken, to the best of my knowledge. And I asked if I can do the same thing, and you said no.
So during the time that you were going over this document, first of all, let me ask you this. Is your testimony that you were given, how much time were you given? When did you find out about this document?
That initial document was given to my attorney on the 27th. I think she told me that yesterday. It was given to her on the 27th. And
you is your testimony that the first time that you saw this document or learned about this document, or even talked to your attorney about this document, was the day you signed it?
no, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I'm telling you the dates. I got it on the 27th, and the 29th was my time to sign.
Did you talk with your attorney about this document when you first learned about it?
On the 27th?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you ask her the questions that you needed to ask her?
Yes.
Did she give you answers?
Yes.
Did you talk to her any more about it on the 28th?
Yes.
And did you talk to her more about it on the 29th?
On the 29th. Yes. Yes.
And during the time that you were going over this document with Ms. Hilton, did you stop and correct Ms. Hilton and ask for clarification and understanding at some certain points?
I think one time I mentioned that I couldn't understand this.
And did you, where you
But,
found,
I'm sorry, but that was like just asking her to repeat something one time.
you think it was, your testimony is that you were just asking her to repeat something?
Yeah, I read it last night. You want me?
So let me ask you this, what is that document you have in your hand?
It's my transcript of the guilty plea for the. Want me to keep reading?
I just want, it's a transcript of your guilty plea?
Yes.
Did I give that to you?
No.
Did anyone from my office give that to you?
My lawyer gave it to me yesterday.
Did you go over that document with Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams?
No.
All right. Did you go over that document with your attorney?
No.
All right. So you just, did you ask her for that document?
We were supposed to. Oh yeah, I asked her. Yes.
You asked her. Why did you ask her for that document?
so I can go over it. Because when you walk past me in the hallway, that's what you stated, that me and you was gonna go over by me, coming with you. So I took the initiative to ask my attorney to get me a copy of it so I can go over with her.
Is it your testimony that I told you we were gonna go over your transcript?
Yesterday, you said, when we were walking past, you said, come here, we're gonna go over the questions.
That I wanted to ask.
Yes,
So why did you ask for your transcript?
because
I'll sustain the objection.
When I never asked you about a transcript, what prompted you to ask for a transcript?
because you said questions, and these was the only question that I was asked with my plea agreement.
Did I ask you or tell you that I wanted to talk with you about the things I wanted to ask you on the stand?
You said I have some questions for you, so, yeah.
Now, you said that in your plea agreement, in your factual acknowledgement, you said some other things. So let me ask you to read section 2 under defendant's factual acknowledgements, verbatim.
Defendant is one of the founding members of Young Slime Life.
And being that you were the defendant signing this, were you one of the founding members of Young Slime Life?
Yes,
And Young Slime Life, as you noted here, is a gang.
yes.
And would you also read section 3 under defendant's factual acknowledgements? Verbatim.
Number 3.
Yes.
Defendant committed aggravated assault as alleged in Act 1 by brandishing a gun at an undercover police officer that was surveilling a vehicle that was hijacked from a woman. Can I explain?
Sure. What is it that you want to explain first? Tell me that. Because I just asked you to read this verbatim.
It's not a question.
Your Honor.
I sustain the issue as to commentary. Okay, just go ahead and continue your next question.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, Mr. Stevens, you
Excuse me, can I say something? Can I?
just a second.
All right.
Would you also read section 7, 8, and 9, verbatim, of 16 uniform?
8, 7.
7, yep.
The statements defendant made to police about Rock Crew and YSL as reflected in section 3 and section 4 above are true and accurate.
And what about number 8?
Defendant has been accused of and arrested for robbing women.
All right, and number 9?
Defendant is the person referred to as Tick in the song by Young Thug entitled Ooh. In the verse, she getting robbed by Tick.
Okay. Now, do you know when it was that that particular song was released?
I'm bad with timing.
I'm gonna now show you what's already been included as State's Exhibit 2 uniform, and I'm gonna publish it for the jury trial. showing you two uniforms. Would you tell the jury what
do you have an
is,
objection, sir?
I had two uniforms.
It's been admitted already. Two uniform? Yeah. Any further inquiry? Okay, all right, go ahead, madam.
would you tell the jury what it is that we are looking at in two uniform that's displayed on the screen?
Yes, it's a tattoo.
Is that permanent ink?
That's permanent ink.
All right, and tell the jury what letters are displayed on State's Exhibit 2 uniform. It's backing up, I'm sorry about this for being confusing. Who is depicted in State's Exhibit 2 uniform?
Me.
All right, and what part of your body is depicted in State's 2 uniform?
All
Is
right.
that the left side of your abdomen?
Left side of my abdomen.
And are there letters written on the left side of your abdomen?
Yes.
Are they still there?
Yes.
Is that permanent ink?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what the letters that I'm pointing to are? There they go. Those.
A Y, a S, and a L.
All right. And are they colored any particular color?
Yes.
What are they colored?
Red.
And is there a sign or anything else above the Y, the S, and the L?
Yes.
What is that?
A Corvette's car symbol.
Okay. Now, is there a sign to or a picture to the left? And in particular here, what is this?
A marijuana plant.
All right. And below that, what is depicted at the bottom next to the L?
A wad of money.
Okay. Now, are there other words on the lower part of your abdomen?
Yes.
And what is that word?
Love.
And how is the word love spelled out? What pictures are used to spell love? What is the L spelled with?
The L is a gun.
What is the O spelled with?
A grenade.
What is the V spelled with?
2 knives.
And what is the E spelled with?
3 bullets.
All right. All right, I'm gonna now show you. It's an 8 uniform. And 8 uniform B, Bravo. Go ahead. Who is it that is depicted in State's Exhibit 8 uniform?
Me.
And what part of your body is depicted in State's 8 uniform?
Lower right. Stomach.
The lower right part of your stomach?
Yeah.
All right. And is that writing on the lower right part of your stomach still on the lower right part of your stomach?
Yes.
What letters are on the lower right part of your stomach as depicted in 8 uniform?
The letters are a L, a I, a M, and an E.
Is there another letter in front of the L?
You would call that a letter?
You don't?
No, that's a snake.
Oh, okay. So what is it that's depicted on your stomach? What word is it?
So I substituted the initial S to spell slime with a snake.
Okay, so it's meant to spell slime.
Yes.
And the word slime, what does it mean?
Good question. That's a good question. So the S is for slug, the L is for love, the I is for I, the M is for me, and the E for everything.
So, That is the only thing that slime meant to you when you had that tattoo put on your body?
Yes, ma'am, that's what it means to me. That's what that tattoo means to me.
Is slime ever used in any other kind of way? As by you or any of the people that?
Like breaking it.
The next big change in scouting with the Spartan Go Live. The first of its kind in the industry, the Spartan Go Live will stream to your device with a touch of a button. Whether you're monitoring land, cabins, or wildlife, this Spartan Go Live will keep you connected. With all the features you've come to expect and new features like the real-time image capture, the Spartan Go Live is their most advanced camera yet. So start streaming.
And in showing you 10 uniform on the screen. Who is that person depicted in 10 uniform?
That's me.
And is that something around your neck?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a YSL chain.
All right. And showing you 10 uniform Bravo. All right. I'm gonna put it in front of you so you can see more clearly. It's 10 uniform Bravo an Instagram post.
Yes.
Are you tagged in that Instagram post?
Yes.
And who is it that tagged you in the Instagram post? Who is the photo by?
Thug one.
Say it out loud.
Thug one.
Thugger one.
Yes.
What date was the Instagram post made?
That's me.
Looking underneath the word ID, next to the word taken, what date is indicated? Can you see that?
Yeah, man. So
Just read the numbers as they appear.
2014, 10, 12.
Okay, is that meant to depict October the 12th of 2014?
Yes.
And is that the day after you are alleged to have robbed the young lady at gunpoint?
That is.
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I asked my lawyer yesterday when that date was.
Now,
Dang. I guess so.
the text in State's Exhibit 10 uniform Bravo, would you read what the text is? Next to the word text. Can you see it on the screen or do you need me to bring it up?
Yes.
All right. What is that text?
Him and I. So I'm
Starting actually
I see what it started
right
from.
here.
So it's a hashtag, a Y, S and a L, a hashtag slime life, a hashtag Haiti baby, at original slime slug, which is me. Him and I are the founders of YSL. So brilliant. Photo by 3031.
All right. And do you have a tattoo with the word Haiti on your leg?
Yes.
All right. And is that in permanent ink?
Yes.
And original slime, what was that meant to denote?
Basically, I was there when it began.
So when did it begin?
Them dates. Dates,
You don't have to be precise. You can talk about generally. When did it begin? We know the picture was in 2014. Is that fair? Had to be before then, right?
yeah,
Okay.
pictures in
So
2014.
generally, what year?
Probably a year or two prior. I can't recall the exact date.
And where is it that, since you were able to name the other founders, where is it that you all were when you all founded this group?
That's more than 10 years. I don't know. I'm sorry. I ain't being non-responsible. I don't recall.
And since you're one of the original founders, could you tell the jury how it came about?
So at the time, we was going through like a phase with the whole rock crew gang ordeal. And decided that wasn't the approach we wanted to take anymore. So the rock crew gang was known for like committing crimes and like being a gang. We was trying to take a different approach. We had a passion for music. We often listen to music, love music. So we said, hey, we're gonna change the narrative and try to do something positive by create a music organization.
A music organization.
Yeah, at the time, let me go back to that statement I made to those detectives. I wasn't telling them, hey, is this being non-responsible? So I wasn't telling them, hey, I'm not committing crimes under the name Rock Crew, or gangbang up under the name Rock Crew no more. I'm committing crimes up on a wide cell, and gangbang up on a wide cell. That wasn't my direction with the statement I was making. I was trying to tell them, hey, kind of trying to put that Rock Crew narrative behind me and switch it up to something positive. And at that time, it was like a window open for us to like do music. So that's the approach. In that initial statement, I said, hey, we're no longer going by that. We got a music situation going on, stand for Young Slime Life. We even go by saying that it's young, successful living, trying to put the whole Rock Crew gangbanging narrative behind us and take a different approach.
Let's break that apart a little bit, okay? You said, you referenced the whole Rock Crew gang ordeal. What ordeal?
Being known for Rock Crew and gangbanging and committing crimes.
And that was all three founders' intent to put that whole Rock Crew gang ordeal behind you?
Some of the founders wasn't even a part of the Rock Crew whole thing. That was their way of grasping me, saying, hey, let's do something different. Why you got to change to it?
You mentioned the statement that you gave to the detectives. I'm going to show you state's uniform once more and ask you to read number 6 under defendant's factual acknowledgements on page 3. Would you read it verbatim?
Defendants advised law enforcement that YSL originally stood for Young Slime Life, but the group began calling itself Young Successful Lifestyle after Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, signed a record deal.
Okay.
That's what I just.
So, why did you change the name after he signed a record deal?
So, Young Slime Life sounded more suitable to like listening ears. I mean, truth be told, that's what people want to hear. And once you get in and kick the door down, you can like change the situation on how people look at you. But initially, they won't. You know what I'm saying? But once you, yeah.
You said they want Young Slime Life. What about Young Slime Life was it that you believed people wanted?
I'm sorry, Ms. Love, can we put a pin in that before he answers that question and let our jury have a comfort break? Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a comfort break and let's come back for 4 o'clock, okay? And we'll see where the day leads us at that point in time. All right, all rise. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jurors left us. Mr. Stevens, you can step out and take 15 minutes and come back, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, don't say testimony to anybody except your attorneys, okay? All right, Ms. Love, and let me get a couple representatives from the defense. Can you all come up for a second, please?
Color of the thing. I think the album cover at that time was like that color or something.
Was the red in any way indicative of the blood game?
Indicative, I'm sorry.
Was it meant to stand for, represent?
Not from my understanding.
So you don't, that had nothing to do with sex, money, murder, or blood?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, your legal name is Trontavious Stevens. What's your whole name? Trontavious, what's your middle name?
Kendall?
Kendall. Are you also called Tick?
Yes.
And how is that spelled?
T-I-C-K.
All right. Are you also called Slug?
Yes.
How is that spelled?
S-L-U-G.
Have you ever had the Instagram handle original slime _slug?
Yes.
All right. And how long have you had that handle? Do you know since what year approximately?
How long did I have that handle?
Did you have it in 2014?
Trying to think because I actually lost that page when I went to prison because of I ain't had no phone or anything.
Prior to 2015, is it fair to say you had that handle?
Prior to 2015, yes.
And are you familiar with a handle Thugger1?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that handle? Whose handle is that?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
I think that's like, yeah.